Hello everyone. Welcome to our class of Python for learning app development. This is a beginner level class, so if you're planning to learn Python for app development, then you are in the right place. Because in this class, we will cover everything to get you started with Python. Let's take a look what you will learn from this class. Introduction and setup, functions, loops, and conditionals with libraries, calculator with GUI tkinter, unit, converter, snake game using PyApp or Pygame, typing speed test, photo filter app, expense tracker web application using Flask, Madlibs app, password manager, maze solver app, and the file organizer. After completing this class, you will be able to set up Python and development environments, write code using functions, loops, conditionals, and libraries, build a simple calculator with a GUI, which is tkinter, create a unit converter app, develop a snake game using Pygame, build a typing speed test app, create a photo filter app, develop a web-based expense tracker with Flask, build a Madlibs app, create a password manager, develop a maze solver application, build a file organizer. These projects will help user gain hands-on experience in Python app development. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you have learned, you will be able to participate in class project and you can practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you out. So let's start learning Python for app development together. Welcome to our new course of app development using Python. Well, this is the introduction part to our app development using Python, and I'm going to give you out brief explanations about why you should use Python, what is Python, and what is Python app development, including what are the key highlights that you're going to learn in this specific course. So let's learn a bit about the key highlights that you're going to learn in this course. First off, it's the Python fundamentals. If you have like zero prior experience to Python, you're going to learn the fundamentals of programming and developing, let's say, even a website or an application. Even though in this class, I'm going to give more prior, significance and more prior attention to our programming of app development. So it would be a very important class and it would be a very beginner-friendly class for you to understand about the fundamentals of programming using Python. Then it's about the app framework. You can examine resources like Kivy for cross-platform development and tkinter for the desktop apps. Well, I'm going to have both of these resources being used in my class, and both of these are also quite, very casually used in most cases of app development in Python. Now, you're going to learn how to design the user interfaces that are simple to use and also intuitive. In case, or let's say, except for being just interactive and working and functional, you can also design the user interface directly from using Python codes, and you can apply it to use for the intuitiveness of the application. Then it's going to be about the real world cases. You can create projects like mini games, to-do list, and also calculators. So I'm going to start off from the most basic type of applications that you can create using Python, and then I'm going to move on into more of the intermediate and the advanced level of applications that you can create using Python. And then what you're going to learn is about optimizing and debugging the applications to improve the usability and also the performance. Except for being just the most used, or let's say like frequently used language for developing application, you're also going to learn about which versions you should use, then how you can debug the apps, and how you'll be able to optimize the application so that you get the best performance and the usability out of those applications. So now we have to learn about what is Python and what is Python app development. Well, if we come to the most basic statement, Python is a popular programming language for beginners that is easy to learn and also understand. It was first released in 1991 and has a large library and cross-platform interoperability, supporting web development, data analysis, artificial intelligence, and also more. It is perfect for quick development because of its clear syntax and vibrant community. Now, one of the most important thing about most of these cases are these beginner-friendly programming languages is that they are very case sensitive. So you just basically have to give more attention to what you're programming and what you're typing in while you are creating the framework of any application or data analysis or even website development. Well, the process of creating software application with Python, which is renowned for its ease of use and adaptability, is known as Python app development. So it is basically perfect for both rapid prototyping and full-scale development because it uses frameworks like Tkinter, Kivy, Flask, and Django. Now, Tkinter and Kivy is mostly used for applications which you're going to create using Python, and the frameworks like Tkinter and Kivy are mostly used for app development. Okay, so it basically helps you to create desktop, web, and also mobile applications at the same time. So you can run all of these things that you create using Python into your different OSs, like even Mac, even PC or Windows, even your iOS or even your Android. It's going to run on basically anything. Okay, so why are you going to use Python for app development, even though you know that there's a lot of languages available to develop your applications, develop your websites, and even data analysis? Because there's Java, there's HTML and CSS, which is basically for the front end, and there's more like Ruby, and there's a lot more programming languages that are available right now, which people use to create their website or even their applications to do their daily work. Now, let's get into the points, okay? So the first point about using Python for app development is because its usability and the learning ease. Now, just like I said from the beginning, even if you have zero experience or no prior experience of using Python for app development, it's basically very easy, okay? So Python is beginner friendly due to its straightforward syntax, which is easy to read out and also write. So if you practice Python for a couple of days and check out a couple of videos in case this course, if you give more attention to it, and if you just practice it day by day, improve your skills, then you will be able to see that it is very simple and it is very beginner friendly. Now, this ease of use speeds up development and lowers the possibility of mistakes. Now, if you worked with Java and if you did work with Oracle or any of those SQLs or databases, well, you will understand that you might face a lot of errors and a lot of complexities. But in case of Python, due to its readability being really easy and really easy to type in with the framework, it's kind of very easy, which lowers the possibility of mistakes and error that you might face as the outcome. Now let's go to number 2, which is libraries and the rich ecosystem. Well, Python offers a wide range of frameworks and libraries to facilitate the creation of apps, including Kivy, Beware, Flask, Django, and there's so more. So I'm going to show you or let's say, I'm going to tell you why are they basically used for. So when you're using Kivy, it's for creating apps that run on several platforms. So in that case, Windows, macOS, Android, iOS. So you can basically run that thing on almost all of these OSs and all of these platforms, even on your mobile, even on your desktop, your TV, and wherever you can just type in your Python codes. Then it's about the Beware. So why is Beware used? It is used for creating native desktop and mobile applications. So except for those, you will not be able to play it or run the application anywhere else. Then comes the Flask and the Django. Well, these two libraries, or let's say these two facilities of creation of application, gives you out the function or functionality for creating functional web applications, backend development, and also use the APIs in between them. Now, if you have seen my course about the website development using Python, well, in most of the classes there in that course, I've used Flask, okay? Because that's like one of the most simple and the easiest, library which you can use to create and develop your website. Now, let's move on to number 3, which is development across platforms. With the help of Python framework like Kiwi and Beware, applications that operate on Windows, Mac OS, Android, iOS, and even Linux may be created with little code modification. Now, if you try to create the same thing, or let's say if you try to create the same framework in Java, if you compare both of these codes side by side, you will see that Java is like very complex. But in case of that, Python does the work for you in like very simple way and also in very simple triggering methods and also variables. Now let's move on to number 4, which is the quick prototyping. Well, Python is perfect for rapidly prototyping apps because of its dynamic nature and its simplicity. Now, just like I said from the beginning, it's like very easy to use, and it's the prototyping in Python is like very easy. It just creates you a viewport from where you'll be able to check the the virtual environment and where the application is running. So it just helps you to run the application or even the website. You can test run it, and you can also like air it whenever you want to. This enables developers to quickly test and iterate concepts prior to the final implementation. So just like I said, you'll be able to run your application on a virtual environment, even though it's going to run on a specific viewport or even a website or even, let's say, as an application, but you will be able to check what are the limitations and what are the pros and cons. Number 5, which is community support. There is a sizable and vibrant Python community for you so that you can just get into the community. You can get help if you want to. You can like gather more resources if you want to. And there's like a vast amount of people using Python in this year, or let's say in 2025 right now, there's still a lot of people using Python to get into the most simple, the most readable, and the most easily writable code. Okay, so developers can turn to forums, okay, which is going to help you with documentation and open source contribution for assistance if they run into problems. So in number 6, okay, so before number 6, like there's an open source contribution for assistance if they run into problems, is that you have like 24/7, service. It's not like even a service. It's just the other developers, which is going to, are like who are going to help you and assist you with numerical problems, or even if you face any issues, you'll be able to get help from them anytime you want to. And I'm going to show it to you like where you're going to get the help from. Okay, so let's move on to number 6, which is the capabilities for integration. Well, Python can be readily integrated with other languages and technologies such as Java and C, or maybe even C++. So you can see that there's like a vast amount of libraries also available for Python. So it also allows you to use like different languages, HTML, CSS, C++, Java, everything. You can use basically anything to like intertwine them together and use them to make your application or website a lot more functional. Well, it is also appropriate for complicated app capabilities because it supports databases and also the APIs. So obviously in my previous course of 8 websites using Python, where I've shown you that I've also used like a couple of APIs like, JSON, JSONify, and then a couple of other ones for calculator or maybe even like web. Okay, so all of those APIs also is supported in Python. Okay, so it's just going to increase the functionality of your coding and your experience using Python. Then number 7 is the numerous use cases. Python can be used to create a variety of applications, including GUI application. Now, if you still don't know what GUI application is, I'm going to have specific classes for you to understand about the GUI applications in Python and how you're going to basically develop them. Then you also have the web-based programs, which you can create only for your websites, such as website development and so on. Then there's apps that are data driven, such as your own data, which you want to use inside your application or your firmware. You can also develop or let's say create data science type of applications using Python. Then there's application based on machine learning. Machine learning is like very complicated, but also very simple to run on Python. Well, Python is kind of, let's say, it adapts to its nature, it adapts to the data, it adapts to, let's say, whatever firmware you're trying to, create. But the one thing that you have to keep in mind is whatever you create, even if it's like a custom function, you basically just have to make sure that Python gets it, okay? So you are going to use the default functions, the default capabilities of Python, but you can increase the functionality of Python, okay? So even for machine learning, it works in the same case. It's also a well-liked option for adding AI and also machine learning capabilities to applications, which is basically going to help you to create more possibilities inside of your application and even your websites. Now, number 8, increasing the need for Python programmers. The demand for Python developers is rising across a range of businesses as a result of Python's ongoing popularity. So in that case, just like I said, that even if you want like any help, you can get it from the community, okay? Because there's like a lot of developers out there. They're working on it. They're searching for more solutions. They're like searching for more ideas. So the forums can help you to like, get into more of that applications and also web development. Economical. Python lovers development Now, it's economical in the 9th point, which is Python lowers the development expenses because it is an open source. Now, in couple of cases, in couple of other languaging basics, what happens is that it's not free, okay? Even in some IDEs and even some libraries, which is basically not free. So Python basically lowers the development expenses, even though being the most basic and being the most readable and easiest firmware creating. So what happens is that when you're developing any application or even any website, you have to, set up a budget. But if you have like a really good developer who can like create the application for you or create the firmware for you, and then you want to go on to the basics, okay, like creating the GUI or creating the graphics of that application or the website, you can do that. But creating the functionality just using Python is kind of like, a really big thing, okay? Like it's a really big deal because in most cases, what happens in development and also website development is that, you have to get into Java, you have to get into CSS, you have to get into the front end using like HTML or CSS and then C++ or C, whatever it is. But the thing is, when you know about the functionality and you know about like what you can reach just by using Python, it just makes the budget or lowers the budget a lot more. Its effective framework and libraries also reduce the development time. Being the most easiest and the most easiest to create the firmware, it also reduces and it also, saves up a lot of time and making it a bit more effective. And also you can also use Python for like real-time applications, okay? That's the main thing. And as it creates like viewports for you so that you can get the exact result in real time, it just, it saves up and it's advantageous in like a lot of cases comparatively to other, languages that you're going to be using. Now, let's tell you about the perfect situations to use Python app development, okay? So when the goal is quick development. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say that Python is the best or Python is the most easiest and Python is like, it's going to lower up your project money or the budget in all cases. Okay, I'm not saying that. But when you talk about that Python and app development can be created like very fast because of its readability and for it, or let's say the framework being really easy. So in most cases, what happens in these days is that people use Python for the quick development so they can create the application fast. So in the same way, I'm obviously going to be creating the quickest ways and the easiest methods and the easiest applications that you can create, and then also move into the intermediate ones, even though it's going to take a bit of time. But obviously you can create the framework in like, couple of hours, couple of minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. That's all that you need. Then for applications that need to integrate data analytics or AI and then machine learning. Now, obviously there's like a lot of tools available on the platform or online that take or use AI and machine learning. Now, for applications that need to integrate data analytics, such as, history of data, then history of, let's say, a lot of data, XML files, Excel files, all of those data, if you want to use that in CSS or like whatever it is, if you want to just get into data analytics and that can be integrated with your application, I would suggest you that Python is going to do the work for you in the most perfect way possible. Then it's for desktop or mobile programs that are cross-platform. Now, obviously, as Python offers you the cross-platform functionality, it's the best, okay? It's basically the best for you to use for mobile programs, and it's also going to support cross-platform. Now, for online and hybrid application backend services. Now, obviously, when you're using Python, it's going to create the backend of any, let's say, the website or even the application. But for the front end, you obviously have to use HTML or CSS, but you can also use HTML, CSS inside of Python so that you can make the application or the website a bit more functional. So it's also very simple and very easy to use. So what is the outcome? You will get the ability to create useful Python applications by finishing a Python app development course. You will gain knowledge on how to design intuitive user interfaces, work with well-known frameworks like Tkinter and Kivy, and create practical projects like desktop and web application. You will also get an understanding of debugging methods, performance optimization, and app design ideas, which will provide you with a strong basis for creating own Python-based apps and delving deeper into more complex app development subjects. Now that we know everything, or let's say most of the briefs about Python, why you're going to use Python, and then why it is important to use, and also like what is the best methods, or let's say the best, options for using Python in cases. So now let's get into like how are you going to use Python and which IDE should you be using. So first things first that you want to do is that open up any web browser that you have on your device and then search what I am searching right now. So as you can see from my screen, I'm on my browser. Now, if you have like any IDE or if you have like prior experience to the IDEs, which is, the development environments, is that you can use like VS Code if you want to. Let's say I'm going to click on this, VS Code, hit on enter. You can see this is also an IDE. You can use VS Code if you want to. There's also Node.js, there's Git. Okay, there's a lot more of these applications where you can use them. If you want to use VS Code, or if you have like prior experience with VS Code, then I would suggest you use VS Code. But in most cases, when you're using specifically Python, what I prefer using is PyCharm. So download PyCharm on your device. And what you want to do is that you're not going to be using the professional version because that is going to be a paid version. If you use a community version of PyCharm, just click on download PyCharm, the Python IDE. You can see this is for the professional, but we're not going to be using the professional version because we want to use the PyCharm Community Edition. So you can go off to any of these other, sites, which is obviously not the official site, but you can obviously use them. And I'm also using them and haven't faced any issues. So just click on any of these, links where it says PyCharm Community Edition and Ksoftonic, and then click on free download for Windows. Okay. So as I already have it downloaded onto my device, what you want to do is just after downloading it, you just want to run it according to however you want to set it up. And there's no complex methods or steps that you have to follow to install it. You just have to make sure you download it properly and just install it, whatever it says. Just agree to the terms and then get into PyCharm. Okay, so basically that is it. So After you open up any IDE, or even if you're using PyCharm, which I'm using right now, this is the type of platform that you will see. Now, how are you going to start off using PyCharm? So the first thing that you want to do when you create or use PyCharm is click on new project. Well, this is my previous project. I'm not going to be using that, but I'm going to click on new project. Okay. So when you click on new project, first off, name of the project. So in this case, I'm going to be using functions. So that's going to be for my next class, but I'm just going to create this just in case so that I can show you directly of how you're going to be using it. Then keep or select the location where you want it to be saved. Then if you want a Git repository, you can create that so that you can create your own forums. If you don't want it, you can just keep it empty. And then you can create a welcome script if you want to, but that's just like totally optional and I don't like it, so I'm not going to be opening that up. And then click on project V and V. Now, one thing, or one of the most important thing that you have to click over here is that make sure that you have the latest version available. Now you can see we have this 3.13, even though it's showing me 3.13, but it is still 3.13, okay? And it is detected in the system. Now you can also, or you basically have to make sure that it is downloaded onto your device. Now, how are you going to download it onto your device? Just go into the browser and search for download Python. Now enter, and then go off to python.org and then click on the latest version or download the most latest version available. Well, I also have it installed onto my device, and that is why it's showing me the exact version that is seen on the website. If you want to download an older version, you can just click on it and you can see download and install, and it will take a bit of time and then it will install it onto your device. But as I already have it and I have the latest version, so obviously it's going to have a lot of bug fixes and a lot more features to it. That's it. And you're going to check the base conda. If no conda is found, it's fine. But if you also want to use conda on your device, you basically have to install Anaconda Navigator, and then you have to basically use the conda services. And if you want to create your custom environment, make sure to click on generate new. Then select the type of environment that you want. Obviously, I'm going to be using virtual environment as I don't have conda right now, and neither I'm going to use pipe, env, or poetry. So I'm going to keep it very simple. Select the Python version, select the part or select the location, and then basically you are good to go. So I'm just going to press on create. It will take a bit of time, and then just open up, wait for a bit until it creates the virtual environment for you. And after it is done, you will basically see that it's going to create a new project, a new directory for me with the VNV folder, and then basically you're good to go. On the bottom right corner, you will see it will update the skeletons and also retrieve all the data that you need to use. Just one thing you have to keep in mind is that you just need a stable internet connection throughout the whole process of installation and also creating your own virtual environment. So basically that's it. And if I show you, or if I tell you about the sections, so this is basically the project section where you will be able to open up the directory of where your file is. Then the next one is basically the structures of your libraries and the module dependencies that you are using inside of your firmware, or the structure of the your application or your app. At the bottom, we have the Python console. You have to make sure that you allow access to private networks and also public networks. I'm going to allow the access. There we go. You'll be able to open up Python console. At the bottom, we have the Python packages, which PIP you are using. You can see we are using this. If you want to update it, just click on this over here and it's going to update the package of PIP. Now, what is PIP? So you can see that when I clicked on it, and now it's the newest version of PIP available and the Python package installer, and that is basically PIP, which is basically kind of like a system software of Python. So PIP is a package management system written in Python and is used to install and manage software packages. The Python Software Foundation recommends using PIP for installing Python applications and its dependencies using the deployment. So you can see we are using the latest version of PIP available, which is 24.3.1. Okay, so that is basically it. And I have installed that over here. Make sure to do the same thing, just like I did. Then you can go off to services. There is where you can add your services and forums. Then we have the terminal, which is basically kind of like the console that you want to use. Then we have the problems. If you face any problems, you can see the problems over here. And then we have the version control. Okay. And there we go. We have like a couple of buttons, current file. We can run the application. We can debug the application. We can see more options to it. You can add more people so that you can work simultaneously on a single file, or let's say more files accordingly to what permission you give to that person. And you can obviously search for more, resources or details, and you can obviously, update Python, download PyCharm. You can run basically anything. You can change the theme, key maps, view modes, and everything. So basically that's all that you need to know about PyCharm. And if you want to create, let's say, a new file, or where you want to start off structuring your website or your application, is that first off, right click on anywhere in the VNV, click on new, and then click on Python file. And if I just type in function, if I click on enter, you can see it's going to create a function.py file. And you can also obviously go inside of that specific folder where it is. And there we go. This is the folder where we have our, functional Python file location. Okay. So that's basically it for this class, and hope you understood about everything. If you still have like any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So hope to see you guys in my first class of developing applications using Python. Welcome to our first class of app development using Python. Well, in this class, I'm going to be showing you everything or every brief that you need to know about functions, loops, and conditionals with libraries in Python. So without any further ado, let's first off open up PyCharm onto our device, and let's get started with understanding each and every one of these terms with live examples. So basically, as you can see that I am on PyCharm right now. Now, the first thing that we want to start off with is obviously the function, okay? So what is a function in Python? Functions are basically blocks of codes that can be defined once and reused multiple times. They promote modularity and reduce the code redundancy while developing anything, okay? So there are like also two types of functions in Python, which is basically the built-in function and the user-defined function. Now, the built-in functions are the default functions that Python is encoded with or programmed already. And the user-defined functions are basically custom functions which you can create. So what it says is that you can use the basic ones, and if you want to increase the functionality, you can also create your own custom functions by programmers. So let's start off understanding what are the built-in functions. So the predefined functions in Python are basically like the print function, which is basically used to define and represent the data inside of your web page or your application using Python. And then we also have the len function, and there's like so more, and it's just etc. Let's just say etc. Okay. And number two, which is basically the user-defined function, is the custom functions created by the programmers, in this case, you and me. Now, I'm going to show you an example, and then I'm also going to show you the outcome and also the use cases of functions in Python. Now, let's say when I am using Python to define functions, I can start off with def, which is basically defining the functions, okay? So in this case, I'm going to put in calculation, okay? Calculate area. Open parentheses. Now you're going to define your variables. So in this case, I'm going to use length, comma, I'm going to use width. Now after that, you're going to put in a colon to define that definition. Now here, I'm going to put in a variable, which is going to be area equal len gth, length plus. So we have width. After that, I'm going to have a return value, and that is what I need. So I'm going to put in return. Now this return value is going to be the area. So the area is basically the length and width and whatever answer or whatever variable that we're using as the numericals for length and width is going to give me out the value of the whole area. So we are done defining our function. Now, how are you going to basically get the answer back? So if you put in result, obviously you have to define your result. The result is equal to calculate area. Now, when you put in calculate area, it's already going to analyze that what you want back. So you have to put in the variables, or you have to put in the value of the length and the width. So the length that I'm going to use is 5, comma, and the width that I'm going to use is also 5. So in this case, you can see when we hit on enter, it's already going to understand that we want the length and we want the width. Now, what you want to do if you want to represent your data is you have to use the function called print. Now, open up the parentheses. Inside, you are going to define function, double quotation, and you have to put in the, let's say this is going to be a keyword, the area is. Now, what you want to do is you want to use the third bracket to define the function. So here, the answer that I want is the result. So now, after that I'm done, if I just run this whole thing, you can see the process or the whole thing has been done. The process has been finished. And if you see over here on the console, is that the area is 10. In the same way, if we change up the values over here, in this case 6, and the width that I want to use is 10, and even if I want to change this value over here, let's say I want a different keyword that I want to represent, the answer of the area is, now run this whole thing, and you can see the answer of the area is 16. So in this case, 6 plus 10 is 16, and it has already done the mathematical equation inside of the function, and you don't have to define it in any other ways because we're already using length plus width. That means the summation is already happening over here. But when you define the function, or let's say when you define the result and then you define the variable that you want to run along, it's already going to understand that that is the exact part, or that is the exact criteria that we should use to give you out the outcome. Now, what is basically the outcome? As the input that you can see is 6 and 10, the answer that we got is 16. And the output area is basically 16. That is basically it. If you want to apply in more, if I put in space base, now here we'll be able to apply base. If I put in 12 over here, and if the area is result, if I hit on enter, in some cases, it will show you off as this error. Because when you're using area, it is already understanding that what you want to do. It's already showing me that the length plus width is equal to area. So if I put in comma, and if I put in base over here, and it will already find out the base again. Then if you run it back again, it will show you off the exact result, and you can keep on adding more and more specific variables to give you out the exact result that you want. Now, what are the use cases of these functions? The code reusability. So basically, if you write once, you can use it multiple times. So in this case, I already have defined my function with using def, and you can use this print. And if you want to even add more and more variables, you can do that, but you just basically have to define it inside of the variables, not the function. Now, the next case is break complex problems into smaller parts. It helps you to break complex methods and also complex firmwares into smaller and also segmented parts. So that is basically the functions, or that is basically the use of functions in Python. Now let's learn about what are loops in Python. Loops are basically used to execute a block of code repeatedly based on a specific condition. Just like in my previous part of functions, I've used specific conditions such as the width, the height, the base, and I used it for such as the trigger word which I was using is the calculate area. So that is the basic the condition, okay, which I was using. Now, in this case of loops too, there are two types of loops, which is for loops and while loop. So for loop basically iterates over a sequence like list, range, or a specific string, while the while loop runs as long as a condition is true. So in this cases, what you basically have to keep in mind, if the condition is false, it will not work. Okay, so let's get into the examples. Okay, so in this case, what I want to do is I want to work off with numbers. So I'm going to type in number. Okay, so number is, or let's say I'm going to put in numbers is equal. Now, when you are defining numericals, you want to try using the secondary bracket. It defines the numerical values a bit more better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all that I want to put in. Now, the next thing that I want to do is that I'm going to use the loop. So I'm going to type in for numericals in numbers. Okay. I'm going to put in numerical in numbers with the semicolon or a colon at the end. And then you want to define, or you want to print out the numbers. In this case, what you want to do is open up parentheses and type in NUM. If you run this whole thing, you will get the exact data pasted over here in the console. But you can see this is how it will show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even if you apply more data over here, 8, if I run it, it will show me 8 at the ending. Now, in this case, if I put in apple over here, if I run it, you can see that this is an error. In this case, you can try using a double quotation, but in the same way, it might show you apple. But in some cases, if you're using an older PIP, older Python version, it might still not be available, because in some older versions of Python, it does not add in alphabetical values. Okay, so that is what you need to know about how you can use this for loop in Python. Now let's show you how you can use the while loop in Python, which runs as long as the condition is true. So in this case, I'm going to put in counter. Counter is equal to 0. Hit on enter. I'm going to put in while counter. Now this is going to be, let's say 3 is going to be greater than the while counter. Put in a colon, move on to the next line. I'm going to put in print. Open up the parentheses, define the function with F, and define the keyword or the sentence first. Counter is, now in the same way, I'm going to open up the third bracket. I'm going to type in counter over here. There we go. As we have the counter, now I'm going to move on to the next line, and then I'm going to define the counter value. So the counter value is going to be plus or equal to numerical value 1. If I now hit on enter or run it, you can see counter is 0, 1, 2, but it doesn't reach up to 3. If I put in it is counter plus or equal to 2, you can see it is 0 and 2. If I type in 3, it's going to show me that it is 0. But if I type in 4, it might show me off as an error, and it might work as just 0. And in some cases, it might also show you off as an error. If I try to change the value into 9, and if I put in 4, you can see 0, 4, and 8 is visible, but 9 is not. In the same case, if I try the counter value to be 2, and if I show this to be 3 and play this whole thing, you can see we have 2, 5, and 8 working properly, because it's going to count 2 as the numerical. Okay, if I put in 3, it might show me 3, 6, and 9 in that case. But if I put in equal to 9, it will show me 9, which is basically equal. Okay, so in this case, it might not work. Okay, so you have to put in greater or equal. Okay, greater or equal than 9 or whatever value you are using. Now, what is the outcome? The outcome you can see is basically 3, 6, and so on. If you put an equal, it will work the same way how you want it to be. Okay. Now, what are the use cases of, using these loops? It basically automates the repetitive task, an example like transversing the list or processing the data inside of your array of data. And it also efficiently handles the sequences and the conditions that need to be met inside of your function, or let's say your loop. Now let's get into the conditionals. So let's cut this off and let's learn about conditionals. So what are conditionals? Conditionals basically allow decision making in programs based on conditions. And there are specific keywords that you have to keep in mind. In that case, the conditionals are basically if, then you have to make sure it is true. Then there's elif. I'm going to put in elif. And the last condition is else. So what are these three used for? So basically, if executes blocks if condition is true. So if you state an argument and it is or the answer is true, then it will run properly. The elif basically executes if the previous condition was false and this one is true. So in this case, if, or let's say this if conditional, if it is false, but the elif is true, it will run properly. And then what happens is the else function. It executes if all conditions are false. So you have to define your conditions first, and then you are going to put in the else function. Okay, now let's show you the example and outcome. Let's say we have a temperature, temp. Temp is going to be equal to, in this case, I'm going to put in 26. Hit on enter, and then I'm going to put in if the temperature, if temp is greater than 30. As you can see, this is already false. If temp is greater than 30, I want to print out a specific value, open parentheses. I'm going to say double quotation, it's hot. Okay. As it is greater than 30, it's hot. Now I'm going to define my next conditional. So this one I'm going to put in elif. So elif, I'm going to type in, let's say 20. So 20 is going to be smaller or equal to a specific value. I'm going to put in temp. Temp, I'm going to put in smaller or equal to, let's say 30 in this case. I'm going to put in a colon. I want to print it out. It's warm. That's it. Okay. Print, open parentheses. I'm going to put in double quotation. It's warm. Same way, I'm going to define my third conditional, which is else, if none of these conditionals are true. So the else that I want to do over here is just basically print it out. When you're using else, you don't have to define any conditional. Else, double quotation, it's cold. So why is the else, or why does else have no conditional? It's because the conditionals that you're using is already defined in the if and the else. So if the temperature is greater than 30, it should show me it's hot. If the temperature is lower or equal, or let's say in between 30 and 20, it should say it is warm. But if none of these conditions are met, it will show me that it is cold. So if I run this, you can see it is warm. Now, I'm going to put in, let's say 16, and you can see in my conditionals, there is nothing related to 16. But one thing that you have to keep in mind, none of the conditionals or none of the criteria or conditions are true. So what happens is that if any condition doesn't meet up to any of these conditions, let's say 16 in this case, I have not defined any 16 or any 10 in any one of these conditions. That means if it exceeds or doesn't even get into the array of data, what you're trying to find, according to the condition, it's going to show me the else function or the else conditional. That means it is cold. If I type in, let's say in this case, if I type in 50, and if I hit on enter, it should say it is hot. But you can see it is not greater, or it is none of the conditions are saying lower than 20. Okay, so that is basically how it is. So in the same way, the outcome that we get it's hot. Okay. And you can see the temperature is 50. And what are the use cases of these conditionals? It basically implements decision making in dynamic system, in example, authentication and menu selection. So these are basically how the conditionals work in Python. Now, the last thing that you need to learn about in Python or get started with using Python is about the libraries. Okay, so libraries provide pre-written codes to perform complex tasks without reinventing the wheel, or let's say the cycle. So there are also two types of libraries in Python, which is standard library and third-party library. So let's understand the standard libraries in Python. The built-in standard library of Python are the math and the date time. So in most cases, what you will see online is that when you're trying to create applications or website, it mostly shows you off mathematical sites or mathematical application. So as you can understand is that Python is designed in such a way so that it already has the default functions and default programmings of having math and the date time functions. And what are the third-party libraries? So the third-party libraries that you can use in Python is by installing pip in examples like NumPy, request, render template, and there's so more like Flask and so more, okay? So you'll be able to use basically anything or any libraries that you want to use in Python. Now, let's get into the example. Now, I'm going to create a math library. So whenever I try to create, or let's say I want to create a math library, I have to basically type in import equal, or let's say import math. So when I type in math, you can see it is already detectable. It is detectable because you can see that Python already has that library. But if I try to use any different one, let's say the Django, you can see it is not visible because it is a third-party library that I basically have to install it first onto my platform and then I have to work with it. But in cases of math and date time, it's not going to require anything. So we have math over here, and then I want a specific result. Okay, so the result is equal to math over here, and I want a factorial data. So the factorial data that I want over here is in case 5. So if I put in 5, I'm going to get my result first, but I'm going to type in print. Open up the parentheses, F double quotation, the factorial data of the number is, open up the third bracket and type in result. That is exactly what I want. So if I run it, it will show me 120 is the exact answer. If I type in 6 over here, and if I run the application, you can see 720 is the factorial data. So this is basically how you're going to use these functions or use the libraries in Python. You can see the outcome is basically, 720, and the input value that we are using is 6. Now let's get into the third-party library, okay? Let's remove this. Now, when you are using third-party, in this case, I want import request. Okay, so this is basically what you want to type in, requests. Now I'm going to type in response. Responses, you can see this is basically how it works, but I'm going to type in response. Okay, after that equal responses response dot get. Now after that, open up the parentheses. Here I'm going to be using an API, which is HTTP, then s:2 Here I'm going to type in JSON placeholder. You can see JSON placeholder, and then I'm going to put in dot and put in typecode typecode.com/posts/1, and then double quotation at the end. Okay, if we hit on enter And then if I want to print out the response data, response dot JSON. Now open up the parentheses and close off the parentheses, and you want to run this application. Now you might see in these cases, it might show you off as an error. When you're using third-party libraries, you basically have to install that specific library that you want to use. So I'm going to import that library first, but I need a condition first, okay? So I'm going to put in the if response.status underscore code. So if this code is double equal to, let's say in this case, 200 colon, and if I run this application again, you might show me, or it will show me that it is showing me an error again. Then the last thing that you want to do is you have to basically cut this file again, and you have to paste it over here again like this, and then you have to run it. Okay, so that is basically what I'm going to do, and you can also refresh, let's say, the IDE, whichever one you're using. If it shows you off the same problem over and over again, you want to go off into terminal and type in pip install requests. Hit on enter, and then basically you want to wait for a bit, and you can see it will take a bit of time to install the requests for Python, and you can run this application again, and then you can see we have the user ID1, title, send, auth, and whatever it is. So basically that is basically how you are going to use the third-party libraries in Python. Now, what is the outcome? Basically, it retrieves the JSON data from the given URL. And you can obviously get more data from, Python and obviously from JSON at the same time. So what are the use cases of, requests? Okay. So let's say the use cases of these are basically simplifying the tasks in the example like scientific computation, web scraping, or finding web data. You can do that. It's basically very simple. And it also accelerates the development by using the pre-built tools. So you don't have to define the data or array manually, and it will obviously save a lot of time in the same time, okay? Now, what are the key outcomes? So if we want to understand about the key outcomes, functions basically enhance the modularity and the efficiency of the work. Loops use the automation of repetitive tasks, reducing the manual work. And conditionals basically change the dynamic decision-making to handle different scenarios, and libraries simplifies and accelerates coding by leveraging the pre-built functions in data. So this is basically it for this class, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of developing applications or apps using Python. Welcome to another class of app development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can create a calculator with GUI using Tkinter. So without any further ado, let's move into our class by opening up PyCharm on our device. So as you can see from my screen, I have opened up PyCharm, and this is basically my functions project. I'm going to create a new project, and I'm going to name the project, let's say, calculator GUI. Okay, that is what I want to give the name, and I'm going to keep all of them quite the same. So I'm just going to press on create, and I'm going to wait for a bit until it has created my environment for me. Now over here, there are a couple of things that you want to start off with, which is basically installing the module. So you want to go off into the terminal, and on here on terminal, what you want to do is just type in install. Okay, just type in pip install Tkinter. Hit on enter, and you can see sometimes it does not recognize it. So I'm just going to put in a bit of space over here, pip. There we go. If it shows you off an error a couple of times, that means it might already be running. So I'm just going to put in my commands and start off my customization. Now, before getting into more of our practical class of creating or developing our GUI calculator. So you basically have to understand about the feature of the codes. So there are three different functions or three different sections to understand about the features. First off, we're going to learn about the responsive layout of the GUI calculator. The calculator button and the display stretch and resize dynamically when the Windows is resized. So if you increase the size of the calculator, it's also going to increase the size of the button, and that is how I'm going to create my GUI calculator. This is achieved by using the sticky NSEW, which I'm going to be using in my structure of the application in the grid layout, and I'm going to configure the row and the column weights. Now let's move on to the second feature. The second feature of this GUI calculator is that it's going to have numbers and basic arithmetic operations such as plus, minus, divide, or multiplication buttons, which are going to be implemented inside of the calculator. It's also going to have a C button, which clears up all of the numerical data or even the operations which are running. And the equal button is going to evaluate the expression using the Python's eval function. And the third function or the third feature of this code or this GUI calculator is that the displays area uses a ttk.label with custom padding and alignment. So first things first, I'm going to click on this VNV, click on new. I'm going to name it, let's say calc. There we go, calc.py. I'm just going to close these off, external libraries and all. And I'm going to start off customizing my code. So the first thing that you want to import over here is Tkinter. You can see Tkinter is available. So if it is available, it might show you off as a couple of errors, but if it's not, then it will just install it on your device. So I'm going to install it as TK. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to get some resources from Tkinter. So I'm going to type in Tkinter, you can see over here, and I'm going to import TTK. Okay, that is basically the module. As we're done with this, I'm going to create a class for our calculator app. Calculator app. Colon at the end, and now let's move on to our next line. Now, after our calculator app has been defined as a class, I'm going to give it a definition. Now, in the definition, I'm going to be using the function called init, which is basically going to put everything inside. Init, self, and after self, you want to create a root form. So put in a comma, I'm going to put in root. Okay, now let's move on to the next line. And after definition, I'm going to put in self.root. After self root is going to be equal to root. Go for the next line, self.root. After that, I'm going to put in a title to my specific calculator, which is basically going to be defined as calculator. Calculator. Okay. Now, after the self root title, I'm going to give it a geometry. Self.root.geometry. Over here, open up the parentheses and the quotation. Here, I'm going to put in somewhere around 300 x 400. That is what I want to put in. Now, for the next one, I'm going to put in if it is resizable. So it is basically going to use the function or the functionality. So if you extend or stretch the application, it's also going to stretch the buttons. So here, put in self.root.resizable. Open parentheses. Here, you have to define it as true. So it is for the height, and for the width, it's also going to be true. So that means it's also going to be resizable from the length, the width, and also the height. Now, as we're done with that, I'm going to give it an expression. So I'm going to put in self.expression. Expression is going to be equal to double quotation, and that is it. You want to keep it empty because there's going to be empty, or let's say variables inside. So here I'm going to create a section which is going to create a string variable. So here I'm going to put in create a string variable to display the text. Okay. Now here, I'm going to put in a self display text. So I'm going to put in self.display underscore text. So it's going to say, or it's going to be equal to tk string var. tk dot string var, open and close off the parentheses and keep it empty. I'm going to create another section. I'm going to put in create the display frame. Here, I'm going to give it a display frame and a display frame pack. Okay. Display underscore frame. After display underscore frame, it's going to be equal to ttk. After ttk, I'm going to put in a frame. And inside of the parentheses, I'm going to put in the self.root. Self.root. Now, after that, I'm going to put in a display frame pack. Display underscore frame. Then after it, I'm going to put in dot pack. Now, this display frame pack is going to be equal, or let's say it's going to have a parentheses. After the parentheses, you're going to put in fill. The fill of this is going to be equal to ttk or tk both. tk dot both. This is how you want to type it in, comma. And if you want to expand it, so I'm going to type in expand. Expand is going to be equal to true. That is it. And after that, you want to create another section. Hash create the display label. Okay. Inside that, I'm going to put in display underscore label. After that, it's going to be equal to ttk dot label. Okay. Now, everything of this label is going to go, or every customization is going to go inside of this display label. So I'm going to put on enter. I'm going to type in the display frame. Display underscore frame. This is going to be put in a comma, and then I'm going to put in text variable. Text variable is going to be equal to self.displayText. There we go. Put in a comma, and I'm going to define a specific font for each and every one of these. Open up the parentheses. Here, let's say I'm going to put in Arial. Arial. After that, you are going to define the size of this text. In this case, I'm going to use 26. Now, after font, I'm going to put in an anchor. Anchor is going to be equal to, in this case, E. After that, you want to put in another comma. Let's put in a comma over here. Let's put in a comma over here. After that, we want background and foreground. Background is going to be equal to double quotation white. And we're also going to have a foreground is going to be equal. I'm going to put in a comma over here. And the foreground color that I want to use is black. Now let's move on to the next line and define our padding. So the padding is also going to be equal to, in this case, I'm going to use 6. And after that, you want to close off the parentheses. Now, after you have closed off the parentheses, let's define another section where I'm going to define the display pack. So I'm going to put in display underscore label dot pack. After that, open up the parentheses. I'm going to define infill is equal. I'm going to put in a Control Z. Fill is going to be equal to tk dot both. Now, after that, I'm going to put in a comma. And here, I'm going to put in, let's say, expand true. Okay. Now, after that, what you want to create is a button frame. So here, put in hash. I'm going to create button frame. Here, I'm going to start off with the button frame. Button underscore frame is going to be equal to ttk dot frame self root. Frame, open parentheses, self dot root. Now after root, I'm going to put in a button frame pack, button frame dot pack. Now this frame pack is also going to have the same things, which is basically going to be the fill, tk, both, and expand true. Okay, so here I'm going to put in fill is equal to tk dot both, comma, and then I'm going to expand it, and it's going to be true. Okay, that is all that you want to put. And then after that, I'm going to put in self.create. Create underscore button. Now this buttons is going to be open parentheses and button frame. I'm going to put in button underscore frame. So there we go. We have the button frame. And now the last thing that you want to create, or this is the, let's say, another definition of, let's say, the buttons which you want to use, such as the numerical buttons and also the operational buttons. Okay, so let's start off with that. I'm going to type in definition, create underscore buttons, open parentheses. I'm going to type in self, comma, frame. After this parentheses, close parentheses, and a colon, I'm going to type in buttons. Okay, is equal to secondary brackets, and then define your functions. Here I'm going to put in single quotation. Let's start off with the 7 button, 7, comma, and then put in 1, comma, 0 as the width. Okay, in the same way, you want to create a lot of them. Okay, so first things first, open up the parentheses. Inside, I'm going to put in single quotation 8, comma, I'm going to put in 1, comma, 1, comma, then put in parentheses again, single quotation 9, comma, 1, comma, 2. Close off the parentheses. And the last button in the first line that I want is a division. Okay, so open parentheses again. And here, what you want to do is single quotation and then slash over here, which is going to define the division, comma, and then I'm going to put in 1, comma, 3. There we go. This is basically how you're going to define each and every one of these. Let's do this, and let's just first off copy this line, copy, paste it. There we go. That's how we should have it. I'm going to paste more of these. And we're going to have like, 3, 4 of these lines. Okay, so as we're done defining each and every one of these lines, now I'm going to check out where we have it more spaced. You can see we have slash. We have it on, like, most of them are in the same page, but except for this one. So here, after 7, I'm going to put in 4, 1, 4. This one should be 1. And this one should define the clear button. So I'm going to type in C. And here, in the same way, I'm going to go off from the next line. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. I'm going to put in a bit of space over here. In the same way, we have 0. So I'm going to keep all of these 0 as these are on the 0 page. Now for this next one, I'm also going to do the same thing. 1, 2, and 3, and 4 over here. In the same way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so we have all of these. Now I'm going to define my buttons as we have 8 over here, 5, 2, and then 0. In the same way, on this side, we have 9, 6, and 3. 6. We're going to use 3. And this one should show me the equal sign. Okay? Now, in the same way, I'm going to put in the buttons. Let's say this is going to be the multiplication. This one should show me the plus, or let's say a minus. Let's put in a minus over here. And this one should show me a plus. So we are also done defining our functions, or the operations and the numerical data. Okay? Now, after that, I'm going to put in the loop. For open parentheses, I'm going to put in text, comma. I'm going to put in row, comma, and then column in this case. In buttons, I'm going to put in a colon, and here I'm going to put in button is going to be equal TTK, and then I'm going to put in button. There we go. It's going to work as a button. Open parentheses, I'm going to define my frame, comma, text is going to be equal to text. Cut this off. After text, I'm going to put in the command. Command is going to be equal to lambda equal lambda. And the T is going to be equal to text. Okay? After that, you want to put in a colon. And here, I'm going to put in self dot on button click. Button click. Okay? And open up the parentheses and define your T at the end. Now, after this, what you want to do is you have to put in a button grid. So I'm going to put in button dot grid, open parentheses, row is going to be equal to row. And after that, I'm going to put in column. It's going to be equal column. Then I'm going to put in sticky. Sticky is going to be equal to NSEW, because if you extend or stretch the application, it should also stretch according to your need. There we go. Now, after NSEW, I'm going to put in, let's say, pad X. I'm going to put in a double quotation over here to define it a bit better. Now, after that, put in a comma, put in pad X is going to be equal to, the padding is going to be 2, comma, and padding y-axis is also going to be equal to 2. In the same way, I'm going to configure the rows. Okay? So as we're done with this, I'm going to create a section. Here, I'm going to create a section for configuring rows and columns weight for resizing. Configure rows and columns weight. Weight for resizing. Okay, so for resizing, I'm going to start off with for I in, let's say, range 5 in that case. So 5 range, colon. Here I'm going to put in the frame row configure, frame dot row configure, open up the parentheses, and here put in 1, and the weights that I want to use is also equal to 1. In the same way, the column configure, frame dot column configure, open up the parentheses, in the same way 1, and the weight that I want to use is also equal to 1. That is all that you want to type in over here, and we are basically done with this self or the buttons. Okay? Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to define a button. Okay? So I'm going to type in define on button click. Okay? So on button click, open parentheses, I'm going to define self, comma, button underscore text. Colon, let's move on to the next line. I'm going to define it as if. Okay, so let's define if over here. If the button text, button underscore text is double equal to the double quotation or single quotation, whichever one you prefer, you can put in C, semicolon at the end, and I'm going to put in a self expression. Self, I'm going to put it inside of the if, so it works a bit better. Self dot expression. The expression that I want to use is double equal to an open parentheses because we are not defining anything over here. I'm going to put in the elif so I can put in another condition. Elif button underscore text. This button text is going to be equal, double equal to double quotation and equal in the middle. Put in a colon at the end, and then I want to put in the try function. It's going to be inside the try. There we go. Try. Now this try double colon or just a colon over here. You can see this is how it is looking like. Elif button underscore text. We're going to check it out if it is perfect. Okay, it is working properly. So here after try, I'm going to put in self.expression. I'm going to check it out. Self expression that I want to use is going to be the string evaluation value. So you have to define it by typing an equal str open parentheses, type in self dot expression. Okay, self expression and close off the parentheses 2 times. Okay, that is how you want to open and close off the parentheses, and your eval self dot expression is going to have an evaluation. So after str, open up the parentheses again and type in eval. Okay, that is what you want to type in. And then the next thing that you want to do over here is I'm going to type in exception. Except colon again, and exception is, let's say I'm going to type in exception as E, because we are using this E right over here. Okay, so it's going to be the specific anchor. So we have that E over here, and after that E, you're going to define the self expression again. Self dot expression. Okay, so self expression is going to be equal to double quotation and type in error. If it doesn't meet up its criteria, it's going to show me off as an error. That is what we have defined over here. Now in the same indentation level of elif, I'm going to type in the else function. The else function, or this one, is going to say the self dot expression is going to be plus or equal to the button text. Equal to button underscore text. Okay. Now after that, you want to create another section on the same indentation as the else. Type in self dot display text. It's going to be dot set open parentheses, and I want the self expression inside. Self dot expression. So basically we are done with this whole customization of our GUI calculator. Now the last thing that you basically have to do is you just debug it. I'm going to type in if name is double equal to double quotation. I'm going to type in main, double quotation over here. And after that, put in a colon. I'm going to define my root value, which is tk, starting off with the small letter 1 and dot, the capital letter 1, tk. Open and close off the parentheses because we still do not have any value. And the application that we want to run is the calculator app, which is running as the root. Calculator app, open parentheses, define the root. Now after that, you want to loop out the root. So I'm going to put in root dot main loop and then self. Okay, this is basically how it might show up. But if you don't want it like that, you can type in root dot main, type in loop, and open up the parentheses and close off the parentheses, and that is it. Now, if you run this whole application, it might show you off as an error in some cases. So we're going to go off into line 40 and check it out. Line 40, we have this over here. So I'm going to close this off over here. Obviously, we don't need parentheses inside. Let's run this application this time and check it out if it is working. You can see we have the syntax. It is on line 56. I'm going to check it out. Put in colon. I'm going to check out more of these. Let's say we have it in line 8 and line 70. Let's go off to line 70 first. App calculator, calculator app root. That is perfect. And the problem that we have is in line 8. So I'm going to go off on line 8, root geometry, and we have 300 x 400. So if it is not working properly, what you want to do is you can try replacing it with a small letter x and then try playing it. And we can see we have Tkinter running 70 and 21. So I'm going to go off on 21. Display label. You can see on the display label, we have equal to ttk.label. If it is like showing you errors over and over again, what you want to do is copy the whole thing, cut it out, and you want to paste it back again. And now if I run this thing back again, it might show me off that this is working. Okay. So if I extend it just like I've done it, NSEW, you can see the buttons are also extending. You can see if I reduce it, the buttons will also, reduce. But if you are not using GUI, or if you're not using, let's say, the NSEW, the buttons will basically just hide itself. Now, the main part is if the calculator works, right? So let's try it 9. Then we have plus. Let's say I'm going to do 1. It should show me off 10 as an answer, right? There we go. It is working. If I press on C, it should give me out that it's going to clear out the data. If I type in 7 divided by 7, it should show me off as 1. There we go. Clear. I'm going to do is 81 divided by 9 should be answered 9. There we go. The calculator is working properly and also on a new GUI working as an application. Click on C to remove it. Let's say I'm going to put in plus this multiplied by 9, this. If I press on equal, you can see we have 15.5 as the answer. So as you can see from my screen that the application is running perfectly with every customizations that I've done. If you want to apply more customizations to your application, you can do that. It's very simple. You just have to get into a bit more of the custom functions and conditions of Python, and you can get on with it. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of app development using Python, and just make sure not to skip any part of these classes because you can use these classes or use these methods in the long run. Welcome to another class of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you're going to create a unit converter application using the GUI in Python. Now, even if it's not on like a GUI, you can also create it on the website. It could be a web application. Well, I'm going to be using Tkinter and also TTK for this specific application. And there's obviously going to be a couple of things that you have to keep in mind while you are creating a unit converter. So the first thing that you want to do is that obviously, let's just open up PyCharm onto our device and create a project for our unit converter application. Now, as I have opened up PyCharm, I'm going to click on new project, and let's say I'm going to put in units. Plus, I'm going to put in unit converter. Okay. Now I'm going to click on create, and I'm going to wait for a bit until it creates the environment for me. Now, there are a couple of steps to create the unit converter with the GUI. First thing that you want to do is you have to import the required libraries into your platform, such as the Tkinter library for the GUI, and you have to create a simple user-friendly interface for it. Then the next step that you want to do is obviously you have to design the layout, which is going to define or represent the drop-down menus for selecting the conversion category and the units inside of your measurements or the array of data. And then you're going to entry widget for the input value and label widget to display the result. And we're obviously going to use a specific button so that we can trigger the function to get our exact result to trigger the conversion. Now, the last step or the last thing that you want to do is you have to define the conversion logic. So without the logic, you are not going to be able to validate the information that you apply inside of that application using Python. So you have to use dictionaries or functions to handle the conversion logic as described earlier. And then what you want to do is you want to bind the GUI to the conversion logic, which is going to be specific units. It could be kilometer, it could be meter, it could be inches, centimeter, and so on. So you have to connect those user inputs and selections to the conversion function. Now, as we are done explaining about how you want to describe or create the function or create the framework of creating the unit converter. So first thing that you want to do is right click on venv, click on new. I'm going to name it app.py. That is it. Then you want to import the important libraries. The important libraries that you want to import inside of Python is tkinter, because we are going to be using a specific GUI. So type in tkinter as tk. Okay, I'm going to put in tk over here as tkinter. I'm going to cut this off. There we go. We have tk. And then I'm going to get from tkinter import tkk. Okay, now I'm going to define the length converter. So I'm going to put in gth length underscore converter. Okay, length converter, I'm going to apply specific values inside of it. Now you don't have to define it using a double quotation, as this is going to be a specific value. So value, comma, and then I'm going to put in from unit, comma, and what you want to do is you have to define it to unit. Okay, so we want specific units converted to another specific unit, and that is it. And then you want to define the definition, such as conversion factors. So this conversion, I'm going to put in conversion underscore factors is going to be equal to third bracket to define everything. Let's say I'm going to start off with specific meter. Okay, so I'm going to put in meter. Meter is going to be colon. The meter in this case, let's just use 1 meter. Okay, and the second one that I want to define is obviously a kilometer. So kilometer is obviously going to be 0.001. Okay, that is going to be the exact meter or the kilometer. And then I have to define the inches, because I want to define my inches too. And the inches that I want to use is going to be 39.37. I would prefer you to use the same inversion or these type of, values over here, because it's going to basically help you to put in the default inches or the default measurements of Python, and it's going to understand it better when you put in these values. So try putting the same values that I'm using right now. So the feet that you want to apply over here is going to be 3.28084. Okay, 28084. That is the exact value that you want to put inside of this variable. Okay, now after you are done, obviously you have to create a return value. So I'm going to put in return. Return is going to be multiplied into conversion factor. So I'm going to put in conversion factors, open up the secondary brackets, and here I'm going to put in 2 underscore unit. Now, after that, I'm going to put in a bit of slash, and I'm going to put in the conversion factors again. And inside this conversion factors, you have to define it where to get it from. So obviously, you're going to get it from the units. So I'm going to put in from unit. That is how you want to define this specific action. Now, after you are done with the length conversion, you have to define the convert units. So let's define the convert underscore unit value. So over here, open and close off the parentheses with the colon at the end, and then you want to define try, which is basically going to give you out specific values. And then if you want to use like float values, if you want to use like get the entry. Okay, so that is basically kind of how you are going to trigger the functions. So here, put in a colon and start off with the value. So where are you going to get the value from? Obviously from the input values. And the input values that you want to work with is obviously a float value. So type in float, open parentheses, and I'm going to put in entry underscore value, then dot get. Now we're using the get function over here because obviously you want to get the exact values from the user input. So I'm going to put in from underscore unit. Now we're going to get the unit from, so I'm going to put in combo. So I'm going to put in a combo from dot get. That is how you want to put in open close parentheses. Now here I'm going to put in to unit. To unit is going to be equal. Let's just put in this minus or cut off the extra space from there. So to units, I'm going to put in combo underscore to dot get. Now after that, open and close off the parentheses, and I'm going to put in category. Category is obviously you're going to open up the parentheses, but instead of that, you want to put in a bit of space and put in equal. And inside that you want to put in, or let's say I'm going to put in the combo category here. Combo category, and then open up the parentheses. But before that, you're going to put in dot get. And that is exactly how you want to define it. Now you have to define specific conditionals if it meets up the criteria. So I'm going to start off with if the category which you're using is double equal to double quotation, let's say length, it's going to be colon, and here I'm going to put in the result. Okay, so the result, the exact result that I want to use over here is the length converter. So the length converter is going to have specifical values. So I'm going to put in value over here, and from unit to unit. That is exactly how you want to put it. Now, after you are done with the if, you have to define the else function. We're not going to be using elif because we're not getting like all of the conditionals, or we do not need like a lot of conditionals. Okay, so if it doesn't meet up to any of these criteria, it's going to say give it out a result. The result is going to be equal to double quotation, type in unsupported category. Okay, so unsupported category. Now you have to define another specific label. So type in label underscore result dot config. Okay, so this config, open up the parentheses, define in the text, because we're going to be using text, but obviously it's going to be in a specific function of the result. So after the result that you are defining, I'm going to type in result properly. There we go. After result, put in a colon, and here open up the third bracket, type in result then colon again, and then define, let's say I'm going to use 2f in this case. Okay, now the third thing that you want to do is close off that third bracket, and then you have to define to the unit. So to unit, it's going to like just change the values. Okay, that is all. That is the label result, and then you want to put in the except value. So I'm going to put in except. Except is going to be equal to the value error. Value, and type in error. Okay, that's all. Put in a colon, and after that you want to define the label result again. So type in label, then underscore result dot config. Okay, that is the result config. In the same way, you have to define your text. Define in text is going to be equal to, let's say you have to put in a valid number. So I'm going to put in, please put a valid number. That is how you want to type in, and I'm going to close it off with a full stop. That is basically it. Now, as we are done defining our functions, the next thing that you want to do is you have to define the GUIs, such as the application window. So here I'm going to put in a hash. I'm going to put in main application window. Okay, so here I'm going to type in Windows I'm going to close this off. There we go. This is how you want to keep it, okay? So after this main application window, you have to define in specific root values. So it is going to run the tkinter on your device, so type in tk.tk, okay? So put in tk and then open up the parentheses and close off the parentheses. And then you have to have a title for your root. So I'm going to put in root title is going to be open parentheses and then define it inside of a double quotation. This is called the unit converter application, okay? So we have the unit converter right over here. And after the title of the root is done, you have to put in the root geometry. So root.geometry, okay? That is how you want to put in, open up the parentheses, double quotation. It's going to be 400 x 300. That is exactly how you want to put it in, okay? It's going to create a basic structure, or let's say a basic size of your application and how your GUI is going to work with. Now I'm going to create another section for our drop-down category. So I'm going to type in drop-down category. So here, I'm going to define the label category. Then I'm going to define the label category packs. And then I'm going to put in the combo categories, the current packs, and all of those, okay? And we're going to copy that up, and we're going to be using that almost like 3 times, okay? So you have to keep things in mind. Now, for each and every one of those values, it's going to be different units. So it's going to be like a selection category where it's going to show us of the length and the read-only values. Then we're going to have like meters, kilometers, inches, feet as the units. And the last thing that we want to do is we have to define like how we want the unit to be visible inside of our application or wherever it is, okay? So first things first, what you want to do is I'm going to type in the label category. So type in label underscore category over here is going to be equal to tk. After tk, I'm going to put in dot label. And after dot label, I'm going to put in capital L instead of using just, small letter L. And then I'm going to define the root value, root, comma, text. Text is going to be equal to double quotation, select category. Okay. Now, after that, you're going to put in a colon because we have to select a specific category, right? And here I'm going to put in the label category again. And instead of defining it, I'm going to put in the pack. So this pack is going to have the padding. So I'm going to type in patty is going to be equal to 5 in this case. Now here, as we're done defining our label categories, we have to define the combo category. So type in combo underscore category. Category is going to be equal to tk.combo box. Combo, and then type in box right beside it. You don't have to put in any underscore or dot. So after that, you have to define the root values and the values of how you want to get it and which unit you want to get it from. So here, define in the root, comma, and then type in the values. I'm going to type in values. Now the values that I want to use over here is going to be equal, secondary bracket, put in double quotation, and then define the length. Okay, that is the exact length that I want to use, put in a comma. I'm going to put in state is going to be equal, double quotation, read only. Okay. So after read only, we are done with the combo category. Now, in the same way, for our combo category, we're going to define a current value. So the current value is obviously 0, which is going to be there on default. So just type in 0. Okay. And then you have to obviously do the same thing. We have to put in a combo category dot pack. And the pack, obviously, it's going to be or have a padding value, which is going to be equal to, let's say 5 in this case, which is going to be a default value for our next ones. In the same way, I'm going to create like a lot of these sections. Let's press on Ctrl Z. And over here, I'm going to create another section, okay? Now, as we have the drop-down category done, I'm going to put in the from unit drop-down category or drop-down, let's say, for double quotation from double quotation unit. That is where we want to get the exact results or the exact values from, okay? In the same way, I'm going to put in, as we have select category, instead of that, I'm going to put in convert, okay? That is how I want it to be, because it's going to convert the values that you want to put in over here. In the same way, we're going to keep the patty 5, but inside of the combo category, TTK combo box, we're going to have different values. So first things first, instead of having length, I'm going to put in meter, okay? Because we are going to be using meters. After meter, double quotation again, double quotation. Here I'm going to put in kilometers, double quotation, comma, double quotation over here. And I'm going to define my inches, type in inches, comma, and then double quotation again, and define in feet, double quotation. That is basically it. And the state that we want it as is also read only, because you don't want to customize that specific button again, or the user does not want to change the info again, okay? So after that, we're going to have the same thing. We're going to have the combo category current to be on 0, and the combo category dot pack also should be the patty of 5. So it's basically it. Now for the next one, the drop down category, it's going to be for the U or for unit. Okay, so I'm going to put in double quotation. I'm going to put in 2 double quotation. I'm going to type in unit. So here in the same way, I'm going to put in convert to. Okay, so instead of select category, I'm going to cut this off. Convert to. That is how I want to put it. The label category patty is going to be the same, and the same values that I want to put in is going to be from here. So I'm going to cut all of these, or I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it right over here with meters, kilometers, inches, and feet. Okay, and it's also going to be read only. That is how you want to put in. But as we are using the to value, one thing that I want to change over here is going to be 1, because I only want one line to be the exact answer. Okay, so that is basically it for how you want the exact values to be. Now in the same way, I'm going to create another section, and in this section it's going to be the entry for the value input. So I'm going to type in entry for value, type in value input. Now here, I'm going to put in the label underscore value. Okay, label value is going to be tk dot label. Okay, so open up the parentheses. In the same way, I'm going to define my text is going to be equal to double quotation. I'm going to put in enter value. This is the third box where you are going to basically define your root value. So I'm going to put in root in this case. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to define the label value pack. Okay, label underscore value. It's going to be equal, but instead of that, just put in a dot and define in the pack. Obviously, we're going to have a patty equal to 5. That is exactly how I want it to be. And I'm going to put in the entry values that you want to work with or what you want to apply. So the entry value is going to be equal to tk dot entry. Okay, I'm going to put in tk dot entry. There we go. Open up the parentheses and then define the root value. And the last thing that you want to put in is going to be entry dot value. Now the value is going to be dot pack. Now after that, you're also going to have the same thing. I'm going to type in patty equal to 5. That is exactly how you want to put in these values. Now, as we have customized our drop-down boxes from where we're basically going to select or customize our values and select the units and also put in a specific unit to convert it from and also convert it to. So what we want to do at the next section is we have to create a button for performing the conversion, such as the submission button, okay? So in the same way, I'm going to create another section. I'm going to type in button to perform conversion, okay? Now after that, I'm going to define in button is going to be underscore convert. Convert is equal to tk dot button. Now after button, open up the parentheses. Here I'm going to define in root. Now after root, put in a comma, and then I'm going to define in the text. Text is going to be equal to convert. Now after convert, put in a comma, and then I'm going to put in command. Command is going to be equal to, let's say, the convert units. Convert units, and basically that is all that you want to put in over here. Now the next thing that you want to do is obviously we need a pack for it. So I'm going to put in the same thing. I'm going to put in button convert dot pack. Pack, open parentheses. I'm going to put in the patty value is going to be equal to, in this case, not 20. I don't want that big, so I'm just going to keep it like 10, or 11 is also perfect. Now, the next section that I want to create is going to be another label, which is going to display our exact results. So here, I'm going to put in label to display result. Okay. Now here I'm going to put in the label underscore result. Result is equal to tk dot label. Now after label, open up the parentheses, define the root value, put in a comma. We want the exact text as a result, so we're going to define the result over here. After the result, I'm going to define, let's say I'm going to put in a colon over here, and then after that I'm going to put in a comma, and we're going to need a specific font to define our answer. So font is going to be equal to, open parentheses, double quotation. Here I'm going to define Arial in this case, and after Arial you have to define the font size. So the font size that I want to use is 15 in this case. Okay, let's just hold 15 just for now. And obviously there's going to be 2 parentheses to close off that tag. And here I'm going to define the label result pack. So I'm going to define the label result dot pack. Open parentheses, and we're going to define our patty value is going to be equal to 22 in this case, whereas we're using 11 at the beginning. Okay. Now, if you want to run the application, you obviously have to debug it. So I'm going to create another section. In this section, I'm going to do is run the application. So run the app. Now here, I'm going to put in root dot main loop. That is basically it. Open and close off the parentheses, and basically we are just good to go. Now we can just try running the application. Just press on over here. And you can see we have our application running perfectly. Now, even though this is running perfectly, we still do not know if it is going to show me out that if it is working. So we're going to select the categories. The categories is already selected, but I'm going to select a category for length. Now I'm going to convert from kilometer, and I want to convert the kilometer into meters. Okay. So the kilometers, I'm going to say 2 kilometer. If I convert it, you can see it's going to show me 2,000 meters, which is exactly correct. Now, in the same way, I'm going to convert from, let's say, in this case, I'm going to select from inches, okay? And I'm going to convert it into kilometers, or instead of that, I'm going to convert from meters to kilometers. So in this case, I'm going to define, let's say the meter should be 5,000, okay? If I convert it, it's going to show me 5 kilometers. In the same way, if I use inches and if I put 500, you can see 0.13 kilometer. And if I put in, let's say, a lot of these values, and there we go, that is the exact value. So this inch is going to be equal to 5, 9, and so on. Okay, it's like a really long number. And if I want to put in, let's say, feet, let's say I'm going to use meters. So let's say I'm going to put in as I am 5.9. So I'm going to put in, and it's going to be 1.80 meter. If I put in 6 over here and convert it, you can see 8.3. So if one person is 6 inches and, or let's say 6 feet, 5 inches, it's going to be 1.98 meters. So that is basically how it's going to work. Okay. So as you can see from my screen, this is how you'll be able to create a unit converter application just by using Python. And it's also quite simple. Just what you have to keep in mind is that you have to make sure to put in the exact values and how you are customizing your application. Now, if I just increase the size, you can see this looks quite small, but obviously you can like increase the size if you want to. In this case, if I want to change out the value, label category is going to be equal to 10 over here. If I put in 10 over here, let's just change all of these into 10. Now let's check it out if it is working better. 10 over here, 10 over here. In the same way, I'm going to put in 10, 10 over here. Do the same thing on this one, 10, 10. If I rerun the application, you can see this is how it will look like. You can see it just increased the size just a bit more. Okay, so that is basically how you will be able to create a unit converter application using Python. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. And if you want to create more sections for converting your values, now in this case, if I put in length and if I'm using width, you have to define the width of each and every one of these values. Because if I type in comma, double quotation, and then type in width over here, then obviously it's not going to work in like all of these cases, okay? Because it's not like, conditionals are not actually finding out that if there is a specific width to it. But we can obviously try it out. Let's say in this case, if I run this application, if I click on length, you can see we also have width. But the main thing is that if I click on meters, or let's say I'm going to select on meters, and I want to convert it to meters over here. If I click on convert, you can see it. We have to enter a valid number. So that means it doesn't meet up to any of the conditionals or any of the extra extensions that we applied right now. Okay, so you basically have to customize the whole thing back again, and that is basically how you are going to work. Okay, so thank you again for watching this video, and without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of application development using Python. Welcome to another lesson of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to create a very basic, classic, entertaining, and interactive game using Python. It's also going to use specific libraries, and it's going to use a third-party library of Python, which is Pygame. So we're going to create a snake game using just Python, okay? So without any further ado, let's move into our class by opening up Python or PyCharm into our device. If you're using any other IDE, it's also totally okay. So let's just open it up on our device, and let's get into some of the description first and then move into the practical part. Now, in some cases, you might think like it's going to be like very, complex or very hard, but it actually is not, because when you're using those third-party application or third-party libraries of Python, it is going to be mostly the GUI and how you are structurizing and how you are implementing the graphical resources into the firmware or the framework. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to create a new project. Let's say I'm going to put in snake game. And I'm going to click on create. And I'm going to wait for a bit until it has created the virtual environment for me. And over on VNV, I'm going to create a Python file. I'm going to put in game.py, and that is exactly the name that I want to use. Now, there are a couple of objectives that you have to keep in mind while developing these type of games in Python. Is that first thing, you have to understand the basic principles of the game development. Well, if you still have no prior experience to game development, it's totally fine, because I'm going to show you how you are going to structure the application. And then we're going to learn to use the Pygame library to create the graphical application that is going to make sure that it represents the application on your device and how it actually is going to interact to the, let's say, to how the input or the user input is going to work inside of the application. Then you have to develop a fully functional state game with the features like score tracking, game over mechanism, okay? And you have to apply logical thinking to implement movements, collision detect, and also the growth mechanism. Well, obviously the snake is going to eat up specific scores or specific food, and it's going to keep on growing, and obviously how you're going to make sure that it is working properly. Now, I'm going to apply a lesson plan to this is about the introduction to the game development, like what is game development, the overview of the snake game and its mechanism, and the brief introduction to Pygame and why it is good library for the 2D games. So Pygame is very popular, as you can see. And as you can see that I'm also using it to show you how you'll be able to create the game. Then about how you're going to set up the environment by setting or installing Python and Pygame onto your device. Then you have to create a project folder just like I did over here. And then you have to create the game window. So initializing a game in Python is very simple. You just basically have to initialize Pygame and set up the game windows like adding title, setting the background color, and so on. Then the last thing, or let's say the fourth thing that I want to show you is going to be about the snake movement, which is kind of a very important thing, such as drawing the snake using rectangles, which is that I'm going to be using, then using the keyboard to control the snake movement, then implementing continuous movement using a game loop, and adding food, which is going to be randomly placing food on the screen, which is going to help the snake to grow. And then it's going to detect collision between the snake and the food. And then it's going to be the snake growth, such as the growing of the snake when it eats the food and maintaining the snake's body with its movement. And then it's going to be collision detection, such as detecting collision with the walls, detecting collision with the snake's own body. Because obviously you want the snake's you don't want the snake to eat its own self, right? So it's going to be how it is going to work, okay? Then it's going to be the scoring system about how you will be able to keep the track of the scores, displaying the score on the screen. Then it's going to be the game over logic, such as implementing the game over conditions, then restarting the game or exiting on game over. Then it's going to be enhancements such as adding sound effect for eating food and then game over, introducing levels or increasing speed as the game progresses, and customizing the snake food and background with colors and also textures. So the first thing that you want to apply inside or start initializing this game development or the snake game in Python is by installing Pygame on your device. Now, if you want to install Pygame on your device, first thing that you have to do is you have to make sure that the file is active and then type in pip install Pygame. Hit on enter, and this is how it might show you. You can see install. This is how it will work. But if it shows you some errors like this over and over again, that means that it is already installed on your device. Okay, so that is basically it. And after you will see that it has been run or it has been installed on your device, it will work properly. Okay, so we're going to close this off as I already have Pygame installed on my device. Okay, so the first thing that you want to do after you are done with customizing the Pygame or installing Pygame is that you have to import the libraries, which is going to be very important. So first things first, I'm going to import Pygame. You can see if I type in Pygame, it is still not showing me anything. Okay, so the first thing that you want to do if it is not showing you about importing Pygame, you have to activate the, let's say, activation code of running Pygame on your device. First off, go off to your terminal and type in .venv. That is how I want to type in / type in scripts / activate. Okay, hit on enter, and you can see now it is finding the snake game over here. Then you're going to type in pip install Pygame. hit on enter. It will take a bit of time. This is how it will show you. Now you can see that install collected packages of Pygame, and it is already installed and downloaded the file. And if it shows you that it has successfully installed Pygame 2.6.1, this is basically how it's going to work. Okay, so obviously you want to also upgrade the pip. So I'm going to type in upgrade pip, hit on enter, and if it shows you something like this, this is how it's going to work. But what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to copy this, Control C, I'm going to paste it over here. If it still doesn't work, then it's totally fine because Pygame is already running and it will already find it out now. You can see now the Pygame is visible. That means it is working properly. Then I'm going to use the import, let's say random, because we want random places to be selected for the food of the snake. And then I'm going to import time, because we're going to be using the date and time function to actually collect the data of when you are playing it and how you are playing it with time. So I'm going to put in a section, initialize the Pygame. Initialize Pygame. Now I'm going to put in Pygame.init. Open and close off the parentheses. And then we're going to create another section for creating the dimension. I'm going to put in screen dimension. After that, I'm going to put in the width. After width, comma, height. So after height, we're not going to be using from Pygame example. We do not need that. So I'm going to define the height. After height, it's going to be equal. Now, in this case, the width that I want is going to be, in this case, 800, comma, and the height that I want is also going to be somewhere around 700. And I'm going to create another section for the specific colors that I want to use to define my function. So here I'm going to put in white is going to be equal to open parentheses, let's say 255, comma, define 255, comma, and 255 again to define the white color of the structure, okay? Now, after white, I'm going to define green. Green is going to be equal to open parentheses. Green has 0, comma, 255, comma, and 0 again. That is the color of green. Now, if I want red, red is going to be equal to 255, which is over here, 0, comma, 0, and that is defining our red color. Now, for the next one, we're going to be using the black color to define the shadow. So when you're using black, obviously it's going to be all 0 because it's just black. Okay, so put in comma, 0 again, and that is it. I'm going to close it off over here, and I'm going to create another section for initializing this screen. So I'm going to put in initialize okay. Now after that, I'm going to define the screen first, because we want to work it as a screen. And the screen that I want is obviously going to run with pygame.displaySet. Display, then underscore or dot set. And after set, you want to set the mode. Inside of the mode, you have to define the width and the height. Width, comma, height. Go off to the next line. And then I'm going to put in pygame.displaySet, display.setMode. And instead of using set mode, I'm going to put in set caption. So in this caption, let's say the title of the game is going to be Snake Game. Snake Game. Okay. Now after that, I'm going to create another section and I'm going to create a game variable. Game variable is going to be snake. That is how it should show me. Snake is going to be equal, or let's say we're going to define the snake position. So I'm going to do is put in snake pause is going to be equal to secondary brackets. Close this off. And here, I'm going to define the position first. So in this case, I'm going to put in 100 and I'm going to put in 50 over here so that I can run. Now you're going to define the snake body. So I'm going to put in snake, type in body, and body is going to go inside of the secondary bracket. Here I'm going to put in 100, 50 because that is the position. Now, after the position is done, after the secondary bracket, inside of the secondary bracket, define secondary bracket again. Here I'm going to put in, let's say 90, 50, comma, then I'm going to define, let's say 80, 50, 80, 50. And that is it. Now I'm going to define the food position of where it is going to get the food. So food pause is going to be equal to secondary bracket. And obviously we want the food to be in random places. You don't want it in a specific place like every time of the game. So I'm going to put in random.randRange. There we go. Now here, I'm going to define the statistics. So the starting value should be 1, comma, and then open up the parentheses after that. There we go. Inside of the parentheses, I'm going to define the width. The width is going to be 2 forward slashes and define it with 10. That is it. After 2 of these parentheses being closed, I'm going to put in an asterisk sign, and you want to multiply it with 10. So every time the food is eaten, or every time the snake eats it, it should increase the size of the snake. So I'm going to put in random range again, 10. After 10, you want to put in a comma, and I'm going to put in random.randRange. Here, I'm going to open up the parentheses in the same way, 1. After that, comma, I'm going to open up the parentheses with the specific height that I'm going to use with 2 slashes and 10 at the end. And in the same way, I'm going to multiply it using 10. And that is exactly how you want to define the food position. Now, the next thing that I want to apply or turn on is the food spawn. Okay, so obviously it's going to allow the food to spawn every time you eat the food. So here I'm going to put in food underscore spawn. It's going to be equal to true. Now after true, I'm going to put in a direction. Direction is going to be equal to double quotation. I'm going to type in right. Now it's going to change the direction of the food. So in the same way, you're going to change it to change underscore to is going to be equal to the direction that you are using. So after the food has been eaten, it's going to like direct itself to another position. And you want to put in a default score of the game, which is going to be 0. So score equals to 0, and that is how you want to keep it. Now, after that, you want to create another section because you want the game to be looped over and over again, right? You don't want it to end like anytime soon unless you collide or unless you do not meet up to the conditionals. So in the same way, I'm going to create a section for creating the main game loop. Main game loop. Here, I'm going to start off with the while loop, okay? So while true. While true, colon, and then I'm going to go after the next line, and here I'm going to create another section, which is going to handle the events. So I'm going to type in handle events. After that, I'm going to put in for event in Pygame, event.get. Okay. After that, open up the parentheses and then put in a colon. And after that, you want to put in the if function. So as we have for event in pygame.event.get, you want to define a conditional for this, such as the pygame keydown. So in the same way, I'm going to define my if function, and we are going to define the event type, event.type. So type is going to be double equal to pygame.keydown. Now, after that, put in a colon, go after the next line, and I'm going to create another section so that it updates the direction based on the key press of the user input. So here, I'm going to type in update direction based on on key press. Okay, now here I'm going to start off with the condition of if the event key. Okay, so that is how you want to type in event. You have to type in dot key because you are going to be typing in the user, like the user input. If the event key is double equal to pygame dot k underscore, let's say if you're pressing the up key and direction. The direction after that, put in an exclamatory sign. It's going to be equal to double quotation, let's say down in this case. If it is down, it should show me off a change to up. So I'm going to type in change to is going to be equal to double quotation up. That is how it's going to work. Now I'm going to define the elif function. So elif, in the same way, we need the event key, Control C. I'm going to paste it over here. In the same way, elif event key equal to pygame dot k. Instead of up, I'm going to put in down. And the direction that you are selecting is going to be up. Okay, so I'm going to put in up over here. Up. And the change to is going to be down. In the same way, instead of using like else, we're going to be using the same elif function over and over again. Elif. I'm going to put this over here. In the same way, I'm going to paste it right over here for each and every one of those keys. So we have down, up, and down again. Now the elif even key is going to be left and right. So here, if I put in left, this is also going to be left. But the direction which you want to enter up is going to be right. In the same way, if I'm using right over here, it should also show me right as the change to. But over here, it should show me left. Okay? And that is basically how you are going to handle it. Okay? So after that, we're going to update the directions. So it's going to be in the same indentation level as the for. So here I'm going to create a section. Here I'm going to update the snake direction. Okay? Update snake direction. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define with the if function. So if the change to is double equal to, let's say I'm going to use single quotation over here. If the direction is up, as you can see over here, it should also, the direction of this button should change to up. Okay, that is exactly how you want to define it. If you want to define it, just put in a colon over here, and then you're good to go. In the same way, you want to use the elif, okay, elif function. So the elif change underscore to double equal, we're going to define all of those over here. Double quotation or double equal. And if it is down over here, colon, the direction that we want to use is also going to be down. Okay? In the same way, I'm going to do the same thing for left and right. We're going to put in change to double equal to single quotation. Let's say if it is left, colon, it should also change the direction equal to left. Now, if we use the same thing, elif change to, I'm going to cut this off, double equal to right, the direction of the snake is going to be right. Okay, so that is exactly how you want to define the directions. Now, as we are done updating the snake direction, we have to create another section for the snake direction, or let's say the snake position. Okay, So here I'm going to put in update snake position. So obviously you don't want this the snake to be appearing up in the same direction over and over again. So we're going to put up another conditional over here. If let's say the direction is double equal to single quotation up, we want the snake position. Snake position, single quotation over here, or let's say secondary brackets, it should be 1. And after 1, you have to define it with, let's say, a minus or equal to 10. Minus equal to 10 in this case. Now we're going to define it more conditional. So we're going to be using elif. So elif direction over here is double equal to single quotation. I'm going to put in down. After that, make sure to obviously put in a colon because you are going to be defining each and every one of these conditionals. So the snake position that I want, snake position, single quotation over here, define in 1 over here, and it's going to be plus or equal to, let's say, 10, okay? Because we want 10 as the answer. So exactly this is what you want to put in. I'm going to close off one of these over here. I'm going to put in another elif function. Elif, let's say the direction is double equal to, let's say in this case, we are using left, right? So after left, we want the snake pause of this single quotation or single secondary bracket, and we want to define it as 0 because on the left, we don't want it to be 0. Because if the snake is moving on the right, you do not want the snake to directly move left, okay? So you have to keep it 0. In the same way, when you are using, let's say if the snake is moving up, so if you want to directly move down, it will not work, okay? So you have to make sure that you go left and right and then go up and down. In the same way, if it is already going right, you cannot move it directly left. You have to move up and down and then left. So that is exactly how it is going to work. So snake pause is going to be 0 and then minus or equal to 10. 10, okay? Now, in the same way, I'm going to put in elif. Direction is going to be double equal to single quotation. And here, it's going to change to, I'm going to put in right. Put in a colon over here. We want the snake pause, singular bracket, secondary bracket over here. 0 is going to be plus or equal to 10 over here. I'm going to close off this extra space, and that is how it will look like. Okay, so we are also done defining the snake position. Okay, so as we're done defining the snake position, we have to create like 3 or 4 more sections, such as defining the snake body growth logic. So that is how you get into more of the logic of, let's say developing a game. So I'm going to create another section. Here I'm going to put in snake body growth. Okay, so snake body growth logic. Now, after the snake body growth logic, I'm going to define a body insert. So I'm going to type in snake the body dot insert. Okay, so I'm going to put in my insert value. Let's say I'm going to start off with 0 in this case. And if I am putting up or moving up the listed format, it should show me the snake position. Okay, so that is exactly how you want it to be. And then I'm going to put in another conditional so that I can move on to the fooding position. So if the snake pause, I'm not going to be using snake body, but I'm going to put in snake pause over here. Let's just move in with the class. Snake pause is going to be double equal to the fooding position. So food position, colon, define it like that. And then inside the if, you have to maintain the scoring value. So here, I'm going to put in the score. So the score is going to be plus or equal to 1 if you do not eat any food in the game. And you want to put in the false value, because if you do not eat the first food, or let's say if you do not eat a food, another food is not going to appear up. So you have to put in the food spawn. Food spawn, you can see it's going to be equal to false. So what we're defining basically over here is that there's only going to be one food on the screen running like on a loop. Okay, so we have the food spawn is going to be equal to false. And then we want to define another condition with the else function, else, and you have to define it as snake body. Okay, snake body dot pop. Body dot pop. Okay, inside the pop value, we do not want anything because we are still not working or playing the game. Then you have to define another conditional, if not food spawn. If not food spawn, you can see what you want to do is that you have to define this food spawning position. So here I'm going to put in the food pause. It's going to be equal to, let's say, secondary brackets, and I'm going to put in random dot rand range. Inside, I'm going to start off with 1, open parentheses 1, comma, and then inside of this parentheses, I'm going to define the width. Width, double slash. Here I'm going to put in 10 after the brackets. I'm going to put in asterisk, and then the snake is going to basically just increase in size. In the same way, I'm going to put in a random range again, rand.range, open parentheses. Here I'm going to put in 1, comma, open parentheses again. I'm going to define the height, / 10 over here. In the same way, I'm going to multiply it with 10. So that is basically it. That is what you want to put in. And then you want to apply the food positioning again, because after you have eaten the food using the snake, it should spawn another food. So type in food spawn is equal to true. Let's cut this off and let's move on to another section about the game over condition. So let's set up another condition or another section over here. Here I'm going to put in another section. Let's say I'm going to put in game over condition. Okay. Now here I'm going to put in another condition. So obviously I'm going to put in if the snake pause is secondary brackets over here is 0. Now it's going to be, let's say, smaller to 0, or snake pause basically another 0. As you can see over here, I'm going to close this one bracket off. And after that, it's going to increase the size. So width is going to be minus to 10. If I type in width, it's going to be minus to 10 in values. And you're going to put in a colon to define the function as game over. So game underscore over. That is it. Open and close off the parentheses. In the same way, we're going to put in another function or another conditional. Here, I'm going to put in the snake pause again. Snake pause, secondary bracket, if it eats a food. Now here in the same way, here I'm going to define 0 or snake pause as 0, 0, or snake pause or snake body, secondary bracket as 0. That is how you want to put in. I'm going to close the extra space over here. So if it, instead of 0, if it is 1 in this case, so it's going to be greater the height. Let's say I'm going to put in height minus 10. Now you want a result of that specific value. And obviously in this case, it should also show me as game over. Okay, so this is the condition of the game over. And then I'm going to use for. So here I'm going to put in for block value in snake body. In snake body. So in the snake body, open up the secondary bracket and then define 1 and a colon at the end. And at the end, you also want to put in inside another colon, define the if, and put in the snake body. Let's say our snake pause, whichever one you want to work with. And the snake position should be in blocks. Okay, so type in block over here with a colon, and then you have to define the game over. Okay, that is basically it, and we're almost kind of at the end. Now, in the same indentation level of the 4, you need an update screen. So it's going to keep the track of your score and how you are playing it. So here I'm going to put in update screen. Okay, so we have the update screen. So first off, the screen should be filled with black. Okay, screen dot fill. So the fill should be black in color. You can see this is how it works. So for position, okay, so for position in snake body, snake body, colon, and then move on to the next line. And I'm going to put in pygame dot draw rect. Draw, put in rectangle, which we're going to use to structure the size of the snake, of how it is going to look like from the beginning. So I'm going to type in screen over here. Screen, comma. It's going to, let's put in the color green for the snake in this case. So the snake is basically green now. So I'm going to put in pygame, and then you have to define the rectangle position of the snake. So type in pygame.rect. Okay, so inside the parentheses, we're going to put in 0 in this case. But first off, you have to define the position. So the position, you're going to define it as 0. And after the position, you have to define more positions of the snake. So first things first is done. And after that, I'm going to put in pause again. Here, I'm going to put in 1 in this case, put in another comma, and then I'm going to define another position of the snake over here. And then secondary brackets. And after that, we're going to define as 1. Now, after this, it is done, I'm going to put in, let's say 10, comma, 10 every time it eats a food. So here I'm going to put in another 10. In the same way, if we move on to the next line, we have to define the pygame draw rect, such as the screen and the food. So I'm going to put in pygame dot draw dot rect. Inside this, I'm going to define the screen first. Inside the screen, put in a comma, and let's say the food should be red in color, comma. In the same way, I'm going to put in pygame dot rect. Inside this rect, the same way, you have to define the food position. So the food position, food underscore pause, is going to be inside of, let's say, 0 as the default value. Put in a comma, and then we have to define the food position again, food underscore pause. Inside the secondary bracket, I'm going to put in another 1 over here, and after this bracket, I'm going to define it 10, comma, 10 every time it eats up, or every time a food has been eaten. So we're done with all of these sections. Now we're going to update the display. So I'm going to type in update, which is going to keep track of the score, update the display. After that, move on to the next line. I'm going to put in pygame dot display dot update. So it's going to update every time you eat a food. And I'm going to create the last section to basically control the game speed. Control game speed. Okay, so I'm going to put in pygame dot time dot clock Now after clock, open up the parentheses and make sure to put the clock in capital. Open up the parentheses, put in the ticking time, tick, let's say open parentheses, and it should run for 15 seconds. So now, as we are done with the whole customizations of our, the pygame or our snake game to run in an application. So what you want to do is you want to debug the file and you want to run it. So basically, let's just try running it. You can see this is basically how it works. You can see this is basically how it is going to move. If I click on play again, you can see if I try to eat the food, you can see this is basically how it is going to work. you'll be able to play the game. And you can also see that it is also like, we're also eating the food and the snake is basically just growing. You can see this is also like quite fun and entertaining. And another thing is that we put up conditional. So if it hits the wall, then it's game over. That is it. Okay, you can see game over here. So that is basically it on how you'll be able to create an application or a snake game using Python. And it's also quite simple. You just basically have to keep more attention to how you are programming your application and how you are using the libraries. So thank you for watching this game, and thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of application development using Python. Welcome to another class of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can develop a typing speed test app in Python, which is a fun and practical project that can help you or help users assess their typing skills. I'm going to show you a step-by-step approach to building this application. So make sure not to skip any part of these classes, because it's going to be very important for you to structure the application in the right way. So let's open up PyCharm on our device, and let's get into the description first, and then move into the practical part where we're going to be using the codes to structure our application. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up PyCharm in my device. Now, there are going to be specific features of this application. There's going to be 6 functionality of this application that we're going to be creating. So the first feature of this app is going to be the input area. This application is going to have a specific text area, or the input area, where the user can type in their text inside. And it's going to allow Python or the application to analyze if you are typing in the data. Then it's going to have a sample text, which is a predefined text that the users need to replicate, and then Python will analyze that if you are accurate typing in the text. Okay, then it's going to have a specific timer in the application, which is going to start when the user begins typing, and then it stops when the user is done typing in. Then it's going to have a speed calculator, which basically displays words per minute, or WPM. So according to how many words you can type, it's going to use specific libraries of Python to analyze that structure or analyze your skills and how much you can type. And then it's going to have the accuracy measurement. It compares the user's input with the sample text to calculate the accuracy of the user input and how good the user is by typing it in. And then it's going to have a reset functionality, which allows the users to restart the test whenever they are done. Obviously, you don't want to type in the same text over and over again. Obviously, if you type in the same text over and over again, you will be getting better every time. So obviously, you're not going to type in the same text over and over again everywhere. So it's going to have 3 to 4 types of different text, which is going to appear up inside of the application, and the user is going to basically replicate it and just submit it so that Python or the application can analyze how good you are with your typing skills. Now, there's going to be specific libraries required for this class too. So first off, let's create a new project. So the name of the project that I'm going to create is going to be, let's say, typing speed test. I'm going to hit on create, and I'm going to wait. I'm going to create from existing source, open this up, and there we go. It is you just basically have to wait for a bit until it creates that virtual environment for you in the screen. Now, then you're going to create an application, or let's say a Python file, which you're going to use to structurize the firmware. Okay. Now, another thing that I want to do in this class is that I'm going to create a couple of sections, which is basically going to help you to, let's say, understand the codes a bit better and where you want to put in the codes. Okay. So these are the 4 sections. It's basically going to have like 5 sections. First is going to be the importing of the libraries inside of the frame. And then it's going to be the sample text list, what you want to put in, what the user has to input according to it. Then you are going to customize the UI elements inside of the application, as we're going to be using GUI to make the application look a bit better. Then it's going to have a section which is basically going to calculate the accuracy of the user input, or how good the user is in typing. And then we're going to run the app by debugging all of the framework that we are using inside of this application of Python. Now, let's get into terminal first. Now, inside of the terminal, if you still did not import or install tkinter, time, and random inside of Python, or let's say on your device, it's going to show you off as an error at the end. So you want to install pip install, and you want to type in tkinter. That is what you want to type in. Now, if I hit on enter, it might show me off as an error. You can see command not found exception. It's because I already have it installed from my previous classes, and Python time, or the library time, is already installed onto my device because it already comes with the latest version, or when you install Python in your device. And if you still did not install Python on your device, then I would suggest you go check out my first video of this course and then install it on your device. And then you will have a lot of existing or default libraries available on your device. Okay. So as we're done with installing, our libraries, now the next thing that I want to do over here is I'm going to import my library. So you want to type in import and then type in tkinter. Now, if this tkinter is not suggested, I'm going to type in tkinter, and you can see over here we have tkinter installed on my device. And if it is installed, it's going to show you off a recommendation what you want to use. So I would suggest you install it on your device and then start working. Then I'm going to import tkinter as tk, and then I'm going to get from time import time. Okay. And then I'm going to import random because I want random text to appear up in random times. Obviously, I don't want to use the same text over and over again. Here, I'm going to create my text section. So I'm going to type in text equal to secondary bracket, double quotation. Let's say the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Okay. After you are done applying one sentence, you want to put in a comma if you want to apply in more. Let's say Python is a versatile and powerful programming language. Okay. Put in a comma at the end. And the last one that I'm going to put in is going to be typing speed tests are a fun way to, let's say, improve your skills. There we go. And on the last one, you don't want to put in a comma because basically we are done with it. Now, after this, you want to create specific classes. In the specific class, you want to define the root, which is basically going to run the whole thing in a loop. So I'm going to define in class is going to be typing speed test app. Now typing speed test app colon, and then I'm going to define the init. Self, now after self, you want to put in a root value, colon, and then I want a self root. So I'm going to type in self.root is going to be equal to the root value. I'm going to put in self dot, let's say, root title. There we go. Now the title is going to be typing speed test. Now after that, I'm going to put in a self dot sample text. Now here it's going to be equal to random dot choice, open parentheses. Here I'm going to define this variable, which is basically going to run inside of this random, or it's going to use the random library, and it's going to select any one of these texts over here. Okay, so the last thing that you want to do is you want a self dot start underscore timer. The time is going to be equal to none. Is because it's going to depend on when the user is going to start defining or start customizing their text. Okay, now here I'm going to create four or five different sections. One is going to be the label, then we're going to customize the text, then we're going to customize the entry, then we're going to customize the result, and at the end we're going to have a specific button which is basically going to help you to use another text to replicate. Okay, so self dot label is going to be equal to tk dot label. After that, open up parentheses, define in root, comma, text is going to be equal, double quotation. I'm going to type the text below, colon, and after this quotation, you want to put in a comma. And here I'm going to define what type of font do I want to be visible over there. Double quotation, let's just use Arial. After this quotation, I'm going to put in a comma. Or let's say I'm going to put in a specific number. In this case, I'm going to be using 15. In the same way, I'm going to put in self.label underscore, or let's say self.label.pack, which is going to have our padding. So pack, open up parentheses, patty equal 10 in this case. In the same way, I'm going to create more of these. Self.text underscore label is going to be equal to tk dot label, open parentheses, root value. Now after root comma, we have the text. Now the text is going to be equal to self text sample, self.text sample over here, text, or let's say I'm going to put in self sample text instead. So I'm going to put in self sample text. Now after that, put in a comma. And after that, you're going to put in a font is going to be equal to double quotation, open parentheses. In the same way, I'm going to use Arial, comma, and then define in, let's say, the size. In this case, I'm going to be using in 13. And after this parentheses, you want to define a wrap text or wrap length. So it's going to define how many texts you can actually apply inside of the text area. Okay, so inside the text area, I'm going to also have a padding value. So I'm going to put in self.textLabel.pack, open parentheses, and define in patty equals to 10. Okay, that is exactly it. Now I'm going to have the entry value. So for the entry value, I'm going to put in self.entry is going to be equal to tk.entry, open parentheses, define in root, comma, then I'm going to just define in the font because it is going to be the entry area. So here I'm going to open up the parentheses, double quotation, Arial. After that, you want to put in a comma. Here I'm going to put in 13 over here as the case. Let's just use 13 over here. Now, after this 13, you want to go off after the parentheses and put in a width. So the width of the specific text is going to be 50. You don't want to put in a bit higher, but you want it something like 50, 60, 70, whichever one you want to work with. Then I'm going to have a padding value in the same way. Self.entry, entry.pack. Pack, open parentheses, define in the patty value, and we want 10. Now, basically, we are not done. We're also going to bind it up. We're going to bind it up because it is the text area or the open text area, which is basically going to have the timer, or you want Python to analyze how good you are at typing. So here, I'm going to put in self.entry.bind. Okay. In the same way, you're going to create another section, self.entry.bind. Okay. So we're going to be using specific tags over here. So here, I want to put in focus in. Now, why do I want to put in focus in? It should focus in that specific part so that it can analyze how good you are, and you want the self timer to start over here. So here I'm going to put in self dot start time. That is what you want to put in over here. And in the same way, for here, I'm going to put in, let's say, the return value. So open up the tag. I want a return. There we go. Put in a comma. I'm going to put in self dot check underscore result. Okay, that is exactly what you want to type in over here. Now we're going to create the label of it, okay, which is basically going to be the result label. So I'm going to put in self dot result underscore label. Okay, it's going to be equal to tk dot label. There we go. Open parentheses, define in the root value. Then, as it is our result, we don't want the result, right? So I'm going to put in text equal to double quotation and keep it empty. After that, you want to define the font over here in the same way. So the font that you want, obviously, it's Arial, because you don't want the same, or let's say a different text in different pages. So here I'm going to put in 14 in this case. And then what I want is a pack. Okay, so I'm going to put in self dot result label dot pack, open parentheses, and we have to define our patty value as 10. And in the same way, we want the last section for the reset button. So I'm going to put in self dot reset underscore button is going to be equal to tk dot label, open parentheses, we want to define in the root value, and the text is going to be equal to reset. There we go. And then as we have the result, or let's say the reset button, it should have a self reset button over here. So we want to define a command over here. Command is going to be equal to self dot reset. Okay, that is it. In the same way, we're going to define our padding. Self dot reset label, or let's say reset button, is going to be dot. I'm going to put in reset dot pack, open parentheses, define in your patty value. So we're done basically defining our sections of, let's say the elements. And all of those are basically going to be inside of the UI section. Okay, so it's basically the UI element. So I'm going to create another section over here. And after the self start time, you can see we have the UI element working over here. Okay, so after the UI is defined, we're basically still not done. And then you want to go on to the indentation level of the definition, because inside of this definition, you want to put in more, let's say, calculations such as the start timer and the check result. Okay, so here I'm going to define def start underscore timer. Open up parentheses, it's going to have self. And as each and every one of these are basically an event, so you want something like an event handler to handle these things. So I'm going to type in event. Okay, so event, go on to the next line. I'm going to type in a conditional self dot start underscore time is going to be none. In this case, it's just none because it did not start yet. And then I'm going to define the start time self dot start timer. Instead of timer, you just want to type in start time, close off the parentheses, equal to the time function, or let's say the time label. In the same way, we're going to define our WPM of how it's going to analyze how good you are. So define the def over here, and you want to check result. Check result, open parentheses, self, comma, event, as this is also an event handler. In the same way, instead of putting in conditionals, I want to define in what labels it should use. So I'm going to put in the end time. End time is going to be equal to time, open parentheses. That is it. I'm going to have a typed text is going to be equal to self.entry. And after that, I'm going to put in the get function so that it just gets out the data. After that, I'm going to have the time taken. So obviously the time taken is going to be minus, or we're going to use a mathematical function over here. So how do you define the time taken? You just divide, or let's say subtract, let's say from, you basically just subtract the starting time from the ending time and you get the exact time result, right? So that is exactly what you want to do. So I'm going to put in end time, end underscore time minus start underscore timer. Okay, so I'm going to put in the self start time. Self, then I'm going to put in self dot start underscore time. Okay, that is exactly what you want to put in over here. Now for the next one, I'm going to have specific words. So the words is going to be equal to len, open parentheses. I'm going to type in typed underscore text dot split. Okay, now after split, you want to open and close off the parentheses because one thing is also defined over here. Now you want to define the WPM, which is going to be words per minute. And in each minute, we have 60 seconds. So you want to put in words slash, I'm going to put in open parentheses, I'm going to put in time underscore taken. Now divide it by 60. That is exactly how you want to put in. Now, as we are done defining my UI elements, now I want Python or the application to calculate my accuracy. So here in the calculate your accuracy, you want correct chars. Correct underscore chars, which is going to be the correct characters. So obviously the accuracy is going to depend on how good you are defining with, let's say, like the exact replication of the text that is going to appear on the screen. So here I'm going to put in sum, open parentheses, I'm going to put in 1 for A, comma, I'm going to put in B in zip. You're going to put in zip over here, open parentheses, I'm going to put in type text, comma, self.sample text, close off the parentheses one time, if A is double equal to B. So let's say A is basically these texts, okay? And B is going to be the input value. So if all of these match up, it's going to give you out the exact value as the accuracy. So in the same way, we're going to define the accuracy over here. Accuracy is going to be equal to open parentheses. I'm going to put in correct characters defined by divided. Len, open parentheses, is going to be self.sample text. Now close off the parentheses, and here you want to implement it by 100. Now, as we're done with this, we want a self result. So I'm going to put in self.result. Now I'm going to put in self result label. You can see self result label, and you want to apply in a config. So it's going to have a specific config inside of this function. So in this case, I'm going to put in text because we are going to be defining in text. F double quotation, let's say WPM. And after that, I'm going to put in colon and third bracket to define in the function, such as WPM colon, I'm going to put in .2f. That is what you want to put in. Close off the parentheses. Now put in a backward slash, or let's say a backward oblique. And here you want to put in n accuracy. After the accuracy, you will want to define it again with the accuracy in function. I'm going to put in accuracy. Accuracy, as you can see, accuracy over here. Make sure that all of them are basically the same. You can see we have accuracy again. And after that, define in the same way, you're going to put in 2.2f. That is exactly how you want to define your functions. Now, after F, you want to close off the third bracket, and after the third bracket, you want to put in a percentage, backward slash again, and end time. Okay, so in the same way, you're going to define the time over here with a colon, and here you want to apply the time taken. So I'm going to put in time underscore taken, and in the same way, I'm going to put in colon dot 2f. So that is basically it, and at the end, you want to put in an s. Okay, so basically we are done defining most of our functions basically. So we're going to go off defining the last section, which is going to define our reset button, which is going to also work as, let's say, on the self. Okay, so I'm going to put in reset over here, open parentheses. We're going to have the self function, but we do not want the root because we don't want these same things to be looped up again. Instead, I want an open and clean section. So I'm going to put in self dot sample text. It's going to be equal to random dot choice. Now open parentheses and define texts. In the same way, I'm going to put in the self text label config self dot text label dot config. Inside of the config, open up parentheses, define in your text is equal to self dot sample text. Okay, that is exactly what you want to put in. In the same way, we want to have an entry value. So self dot entry dot delete. Inside, you want to put in 0, comma, tk, and after tk, you want to put in an end. Okay, exactly what you want to put in, and then you want a specific result, right? Self dot result. There we go, result label dot config. You can see open parentheses, and the text is going to be equal to just double quotation and keep it empty. In the same way, we're going to have the start time, self dot start time is going to be equal to none. So we're done defining every one of these sections, and we have done customizing and defining our calculation of accuracy. Now, the last thing that we want to do is we want to debug the application by running it. Now, when you want to run it, we have one thing, and which I told you from the beginning, that the root is basically going to help you to run the whole thing, and it's going to help you to loop the same functions over and over again. So in the same way, define in root equal tk dot tk. Okay, open and close parentheses, move on to the next line. App is going to be equal to typing speed test app, open parentheses, and define in the root again. In the same way, on the last one, I'm going to put in root dot main and define in loop. That is basically it, and we are done customizing the whole application. Okay, now the last thing that you want to do is you want to run the application, and if it shows you off as an error in some lines, so I'm going to go off. Let's say I'm going to go off to line 17. So I'm going to check on line 17 where it is. We can see I have to put in self over here. There we go, working properly. Now I'm going to go off to, let's say, init, which is line 17 is init, self timer none. And in 65, we have a specific module. So I'm going to go off to line 65, app typing speed test app, open parentheses and root. If we run the application again, you might see there's going to be a couple of errors in some of the widgets. So I'm going to go off and check in on init. You can see the init is working properly. And if it shows you off an error like over and over again, you want to first off debug the application. So first off, debug the application. And then what you want to do is you want to select the whole thing and cut it off. After the application has been debugged, then you want to paste in the commands again. Now, after you paste in the commands, you want to rerun the application, and then you can see we have our application over here. Now, I'm going to increase the size of this. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to start typing in. So I'm going to put in typing speed tests are a fun way to improve your skills. If I hit on enter, and you can see words per minute is 36.81, accuracy is 98.21%, and the time taken is 17.93 seconds. If I click on reset, you can see there is another text. I'm going to put in the quick brown fox jumps over lazy. I'm going to type in fast. There we go. If I hit on enter, you can see this is basically how it is going to work. So you can see after I have done, it's showing me the words per minute is 37.43, accuracy is 97.73%, and time taken was 11.38 seconds. So basically this is how you'll be able to create, or this is basically how you're going to create this, text speed application, or let's say typing speed application, just by using Python. So if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Now, if you face any problems, just like I've shown you, just make sure to debug the application. It's going to create another Python file right beside it, and then you will be able to run the application again. So thank you again for watching this video. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of application development using Python. Welcome to a new class of app development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can create a Python photo filter app just by using Python, and it's going to be an exciting project for learning or showcasing your skills. I'm going to show you a step-by-step approach to how you can develop such an app. So let's get into PyCharm first, and then let's show you and get into the description about the key concepts and the tools about these applications. So as you can see from my screen that I have opened up PyCharm, and if you want to use any other IDE such as VS Code or Notepad++, it's totally fine. You just have to make sure that you have Python installed on your device and you are using the latest version of pip available on your device. So let's get into the key concepts and the tool. So the first thing about the key concept of a photo filter app is the image processing library. Use the libraries like Pillow or OpenCV for handling image filters. So the first thing that you basically have to do is you have to make sure that you activate your directory. So I'm going to click on new project, and I'm going to make sure that this is exactly it. I'm going to click on create, open up the file. Just wait up until the venv file opens up onto your desktop, and just click on a Python app, and I'm going to make sure that to put in app.py. Now open up terminal on your device, and then you want to paste in venv script and then activate, which is basically going to find the directory of the folder where you have started up your Python application or the structure of the application. Now the next thing that you want to do is that you have to make sure that you install Pillow onto your device. So type in pip install Pillow. Hit on enter, and you have to basically wait for a bit until it shows up that it has been installed perfectly. And after this same thing opens up onto your device, that it means that it has installed Python perfectly onto your device. Now you can see that you can also upgrade your pip, and it's also very simple. You just basically have to copy this. I'm going to keep this copied over here. Control C and paste it over here. If it shows you off as an error, you might want to copy the whole thing and paste it over here. If it shows you off a couple of errors like this, then it must be, or let's say it's already installed onto your device and you don't basically have to install anything else. Then it's about the GUI framework. Now you're going to be using Tkinter or PyQt or Kivy for building the user interface of the application, which is going to basically help you to customize and make sure the application looks a bit more better than just keeping it that simple. Okay, as we're not going to be using HTML or CSS to customize our application, so we basically have to use the GUI to make sure that it looks a bit better and it also works perfectly. Then it's about the filters. Now you have to plan various filters such as grayscale, sepia, blur, sharpen, or custom artistic filters to make sure that the application is working functional. And the additional feature that I'm going to apply is going to apply the features like undo, redo, save, and upload or download the image. Now, I'm not going to be making the application very complex. I want to make sure that it is the most basic as possible, but the most functional as possible, even though it's going to be very simple. Now, let's move on to the functional features of this application. So the first functional feature of this application is going to be image loading, which is going to allow the user to upload an image on their device. Okay, so it's just going to basically help you to upload and import your device so that you can start editing your image. Okay, so that is how simple it is going to be. Then it's going to be the filter application. You can apply predefined filter with a single click. So whenever you click on any of those functional buttons, it will help you to customize your application or customize your photo inside of the application. Then it's going to have a preview section, which is going to show a real-time preview of the image with the applied filter. Okay, you have to make sure that it is also fully functional. Then we're going to have a save option, which is going to enable saving the filtered image into your desktop. Even though it's like totally optional, if you want to make sure the application is functional, we can skip out that part. But if you want to make sure that you are going to make the photo to export or import onto your device, you can also do that. Now, in number 5, we're going to have the additional effect, which is going to be totally optional, just like the save option, which is going to add text, overlays, brightness, contrast, adjustment, or cropping the tools. Now, there's going to be a step-by-step method or a guide, which I'm going to show you. So first things first, as you can see that we have already installed Pillow. So make sure you already install Pillow on your device or else it is not going to work. It's basically most important for these type of photo filter or photo type of application which you're doing in Python. Okay, so as we're done with understanding about, let's say, the features, the functionality, now we can move on to the basic coding structure of this application. Now that we have done installing the libraries, we're going to start importing our libraries into Python. So go into the app.py and start from, let's say, tkinter. Tkinter, I'm going to import tk. Put in a comma, and I'm going to make sure that I have a capital TK, so it's going to make sure that it's working a bit better. I'm going to put in a file dialog, put in a comma, and then I'm going to have specific buttons. So I'm going to put in button and then a label. So that is it for this line. Now move on to the next line, and we're going to import Pillow. So from pill, comma, let's say from pill, I'm going to import image as Pillow, and I'm going to put in image tk and image filter. So I'm going to put in image tk, image filter. That is exactly what you want to put in over here. Now we're going to have a couple of sections, such as, let's say, 3 to 4, or maybe even 5, 6 sections for importing or structurizing this application. So let's move on in our first section where we're going to be defining our window. So I'm going to create a section over here. I'm going to put in initialize the window. Okay, so here, initialize the window. Here I'm going to type in def main, open and close parentheses, put in a colon at the end, move on to the next line, and then define your window. We're going to start off with the window, which we're going to define by using tkinter. Then we're going to have the window title, and then it's going to be the window geometry. So first things first, I'm going to put in window equal tk, open and close parentheses. I'm going to put in window dot title. There we go. Title, open parentheses, double quotation inside. I'm going to put in photo filter app. That is exactly how you want to put in. And then we're going to have the window geometry. So it's going to structurize the, let's say, how big it is going to be. Okay, so geometry, put in like that, open and close parentheses, double quotation. Here I'm going to put in 800 x 600. That is the exact size that I want for my main window. Now, inside of this initialize window section, I'm going to load the image function. So here I'm going to put in load image function. Inside, I'm going to have a file path underscore path File path is going to be equal to file dialog. Inside the dialog, I'm going to put into ask open. Now, this ask open file name is going to allow you to import any files from your device. So after that, I'm going to open up the parentheses here. I'm going to type in file types is going to be equal to double quotation inside or double parentheses inside and double quotation over here. I'm going to put in image files. After the quotation, put in a comma. Here, double quotation again. Inside, I'm going to put in an asterisk sign, which is going to allow us to use any type of format, such as if you want PNG, JPG, HEIC, or JPEG, you'll be able to use those. So I'm going to start off with .png after the quotation. Now, after this PNG, you want to put in a semicolon because we are still not done with one of our files. So in the same way, I'm going to put in JPG. In the same way, put in a semicolon, asterisk again, JPEG. That is what you want to type in. And before any one of these formats, you want to put in a dot. So it allows you to use any one of those. Okay, so .jpeg. That is exactly what you want to put in, and then you want to close off the parentheses. Another thing that you want to keep in mind is that when you have opened the file types, you want to make sure that it has a secondary bracket inside. So what happens when you put a secondary bracket inside, it just defines it a bit better. So here I want to close off the secondary brackets, and then we can move on to the next line about if, or let's say the conditional. So I'm going to put in if the file path, okay, you're going to put in file path, double colon over here, move on to the next line, and then you're going to define the image that you want to use. So I'm going to put in image dot open parentheses, and then it's going to be the file path. So I'm going to put in file path, move on to the next line. I'm going to put in display the image for our, let's say, a real-time preview. Okay, so I'm going to put in display image is going to be open parentheses and type in img without any quotation. Now, the next thing that you want to create is make sure that you are in the same indentation level as the load image function. Here, I'm going to create a section called the apply filter function. Apply filter function. Now, I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to be working with a lot of conditionals this time. So here I'm going to put in define apply underscore filter, open parentheses. I'm going to type in the filter type, filter underscore type, which is going to have a lot of these filters which you can apply inside of your image or on your image. Let's just close off the terminal for this case. Here I'm going to start off with the if, okay? If, now put in single quotation. Here I'm going to put in current underscore image, okay? Current image in, let's say, globals. Globals. Now here, open and close parentheses. Now put in a colon, move on to the next line. I'm going to put in the filtered image. So I'm going to put in filtered underscore image is going to be double equal to the first function or the first filter that we want to put in is grayscale. Okay, so after that, put in a colon at the end, and then I'm going to put in, let's say, I'm going to put in the elif function. So I'm going to keep it like this. Filtered image img. I'm going to put in img instead of image. Okay, img is double equal to grayscale. Now after that, what I want to put in is going to be the filtered image. Okay, so the first thing we have if the current image in global, and then we're going to put in if we have, let's say I'm going to make sure that there is another if over here. Okay, so I'm going to put in if in this parentheses over here. If filtered image is double equal to grayscale, then let's say I'm going to put in filter type first. Filter type over here, double equal to grayscale. Then I want inside of this to be the filtered image. Filtered img is going to be equal to the current image that you want to use. Current underscore image dots, and then put in convert. Convert, open parentheses, double quotation, and then put in an L inside. Now, in the same way, you want to put in the elif function. Now, in the elif function, you have to put in the filter type, okay? Filter type is going to be double equal to double quotation, and then put in blur. Now, after this blur, what you want to put in is a colon. in the same way, you are going to put in the filtered image in the same, let's say, in the same section. Okay, I'm going to put this over here. Same way, I'm going to keep it like this. Filtered underscore img is going to be equal to current image filter. I'm going to put in the same thing. Current underscore image dot convert. And instead of convert, you can also use in the filter, which is going to be applied in the pillow. So I'm going to put in filter over here, open parentheses, type in image filter dot blur. Okay, exactly how you want to put in. And for the next one, I'm going to make sure that it is the sharpen one. So I'm going to type in elif again. I'm going to type in filter type. The filter type that I want to use over here is going to be equal to double quotation sharpen. Okay, so after sharpen, put in a colon, move on to the next line. Let's just go off over here. I'm going to type in the filtered image. Filtered image is going to be equal to current image filter. Current image dot filter, open parentheses, and inside I'm going to have the image filter sharpen. Dot sharpen. Okay, that is exactly what I want to put in. And the last thing that I want to apply is the else function. Okay, so I'm going to make sure that it is also on the same indentation level. Else colon, and I want a return value. That is going to be the real-time display. So I'm going to put in display underscore image is going to be equal our parentheses inside, and I'm going to put in filtered underscore image. Okay, you can put in img if you want to. It's going to make sure that it is showing the real-time changes. Now, in the same way, in the same indentation level of the apply filter, I'm going to make sure to create another section. So in this section, I'm going to put in display filter, or let's say display image. Move on to the next line. I'm going to define my display image, display underscore image, open parentheses, img, exactly how you want to put in. So let's have the global value, which is going to work with the current image. And the next one that I want to put in is going to be the current image that I want to use is going to be equal to img. That is going to work as, let's say, a trigger value. And then I'm going to put in tk underscore image is going to be equal to image tk image. There we go. Image tk dot photo image. There we go. And open parentheses, and we're going to have an image size. So image resize, open parentheses again, make sure to put in 2 like parentheses, and here we're going to have 400 comma 400, and that is exactly where you want to close off the customization. In the same way, we're going to have the config of the image label. So I'm going to put in image underscore label dot config. So the config value is going to be the image equal tk image. Image equal tk image. In the same way, we're going to have the image. Okay, so I'm going to type in image, then underscore label dot image. It's going to be equal to tk underscore image. That is exactly what you want to put in. Now we're going to be customizing the GUI components. So make sure to go into the same indentation level as the display image. So I'm going to put in GUI components as the section. GUI components. Here, I'm going to start off with the load button, which is going to import the video or import the image. So import button is going to be equal to button, open parentheses. I'm going to type in window, comma, text is going to be equal to double quotation, load image. That is the exact button that I want, and it should have a specific command. Okay, So the command is going to be load underscore image. Exactly what you want to put in. Move on to the next line, and here I'm going to put in the load button pack. Load button dot pack, and we're going to have the patty value if you want to, but if you don't want to, it's also totally fine. You can also put in patty equal 10, and that is exactly how it is going to work. In the same way, we're going to have the image label as the window, and we're also going to have the pack for that. So I'm going to put in image label is equal to label window, and in the same way, I'm going to put in image label dot pack open parentheses patty value equal 10. In the same way, we're going to have the grayscale button. Grayscale, I'm going to close it off, underscore button. This button is going to be equal to button over here, open parentheses, define the window. Now window is going to be comma, and the text that I want to show is going to be equal to, let's say, grayscale. And we're also going to have a command for this. So put in a comma. I'm going to put in command is going to be equal to lambda. And after lambda, you want to apply the filter inside of the photo, right? So you have to type in apply underscore filter in the same way. And we're going to put in double quotation, and we are going to put in grayscale. Okay. So we're done on this one. In the same way, we're going to have the patty value. So grayscale button dot pack open parentheses patty is going to equal to 10. Now in the same way, we're going to create the next buttons such as the blur and the sharpen button. So in the same way, I'm going to put in blur underscore button is going to be equal to button open parentheses window. After window, put in a comma. The text that I want is going to be equal to blur. Put in a double quotation over here. There we go. Put in a comma. I'm going to put in command. In the same way, we're going to apply all of those. Okay, so I'm going to put in command is going to be equal to lambda colon over here. Apply filter, double quotation. It's going to say blur. We're going to have the same pack. So I'm going to put in blur button dot pack open parentheses patty value is going to be equal to 10. In the same way, I'm going to have the sharpen button. Sharpen underscore button is going to be equal. I'm going to make sure that there is a bit of space over here, which is going to make sure it's going to work better. Button open parentheses, type in window, comma, type in the text is going to be equal, double quotation. Now, one thing that I can see over here that we have put in a colon over here, I'm just going to remove this. There we go. I'm going to put in sharpen. After sharpen, I'm going to have a command. Command is going to be equal to lambda. After lambda, do the same thing, apply filter, double quotation, I'm going to put in sharpen. Okay? In the same way, we're going to just apply the patty value. Okay? I'm going to put in sharpen button dot pack open parentheses, and the patty value is going to be equal to 10. Now, in the same way, we're going to run the main loop, or let's say we're going to debug it. First off, before debugging, we're going to run the main loop, such as running the root. So I'm going to put in run the main loop. I'm going to put in window dot main loop. Now, you're not going to be putting in any self value because everything is going to work inside of the application. So type in if space name is going to be double equal to space, or else I'm going to put in double quotation over here. I'm going to type in main underscore and then double quotation at the end with the colon. And on the next line, I'm going to put in main open close parentheses, and basically we are done. Now, if we just run the whole thing, it might show you off as an error if it is not working properly. You can see this is the filter, or this is the application. In some cases, it might not work properly, but what you want to do is, first off, you have to debug the application. Now just make sure that you have a stable internet connection. You can see you're going to allow it. There we go. Now it is allowing it. And on the right side, you will see that it is going to run it on the console. So when it is running on the console, the next thing that you want to do is you want to make sure you close off the application. Stop it. And then what you want to do is you want to copy or just cut the whole thing. Now, after you cut the whole thing, just make sure that it is debugged properly inside of the console. And then you want to paste it back again inside of the application.py. So just paste it in and run the application. There we go. We have our application opened on our window. Now, if you want to load an image, let's say I'm going to click on load image. If I click on this, there we go. We have an image over here. And then we have these buttons. So if I click on grayscale, it's going to turn grayscale. If you click on it again and again, it's still not going to work because there we go. Grayscale has been applied. If you want to sharpen the image, click on sharpen and it will sharpen the image and make it look way better. It's going to have a lot more details and a lot more contrast to it. But if you want to blur it up, there we go. We have blurred up the image. You can click on sharpen again. It's going to keep on sharpening until it looks like this. Okay. So it's basically going to have a lot of these values over here. So if you're done with it, you can close it off and you want to run the application again. You can run with other images. Let's say I'm going to apply the same image again. If I click on sharpen, you can see it's looking a lot more clearer. If I click on blur, you can see the blur has been applied. If I click on sharpen again, there we go. We have it clear back again. You can also import more images whenever you want to. It will just defaultly apply another image inside of the application. If you want to apply save buttons, you can do the same thing. You just basically have to customize your application or the code a bit more, and then you will see the exact result. Now, there are also a couple of advanced features to consider, such as the dynamic filter adjustment. You have to add sliders for the intensity control inside of the application. As you can see, we did not do that, but if you want to do that, it's also doable. Then we have like custom filters. You can experiment with OpenCV or advanced filters like edge detection or cartoon effect. Then there's like batch processing, which enables user to apply filter to multiple images at once. And there's like the export option, which allows saving in various formats such as JPEG and PNG. And in the same way, there are also kind of integration with Python app development. So this project basically can be a module in the introduction of your Python application too, which is going to help you to teach the image processing basics, which is going to explain the GUI frameworks. And it's also going to implement the app incrementally, and you can add user interface enhancements. So I have kept the class a lot more simple. That is why I did not apply anything else. But if you want to, apply more of these features in the same way, you just have to create more buttons like this. You just have to create the display image as we have already done that. In the same way, you have to apply another elif with, let's say, if you want cartoon effect, you have to define the cartoon effect. You have to define the blur. You have to define the mosaic or whichever filter you want to use. And in the same way, you're going to take the exact keyword and you're going to define it inside of, let's say, this conditional, and also create the GUI component. So in the same way, if you want to do this, if I copy this and if I go off the next line and apply another elif, let's say I'm going to create another one. Instead of sharpen, if I put in, let's say, color maybe. Okay, so we have this sharpen. Instead of sharpen, contour. Let's use contour instead of color over here. Contour, there we go. We have our contour over here. You can see everything has been applied. In the same way, you want to apply another section, Control C, paste it over here. I'm going to just put in contour. There we go. Instead of sharpen, I'm going to put in contour. Make sure we have the sharpen are defined over here. Let's say we have this contour over here. Okay, there we go. We have the contour. Let's check this out a bit more. Contour, lambda. Instead of sharpen, I'm going to apply contour. There we go. And I'm going to have a patty value if you want to. There we go. And if you run this application again, stop and rerun, and you can see that we still did not apply any one of these buttons. But basically what you have to do is you have to make sure that it is perfectly applied onto your section. There we go. We have the contour section over here. So I'm going to make sure that the contour is working. There we go. Apply filter, contour. Instead of sharpen button, I'm going to put in contour button pack. Rerun the application. There we go. We have contour again applied. Now we can load the image. You can see we have applied another filter inside of our application. So that is basically how simple it is to make a photo filter app just by using Python. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of application development using Python, and just make sure not to skip any part of these classes because it's going to be very important for you even in the long run. Even if you want to create more GUI components and make it a bit more better, you can do that. It's very simple. In the same way, we can do is apply in the patty again. Patty equal 10. I'm just going to copy this and paste it on each and every one. Control C, paste, 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 and paste. Rerun the application. There we go. We have some paddings applied. So thank you again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class. Welcome to another class of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can develop an expense tracking web app in Python, which involves creating a web application that allows users to track their expenses and manage their financial records. I'm going to show you a step-by-step approach of how you can build it. So first off, let's open up PyCharm on our device and let's get started with the project setup. So as you can see from my screen, I have opened up PyCharm. We're going to create a new project for us so that I can start creating or start, customizing my structure of the application. But before getting into the structure, we have to know about the project setup. First off, you have to ensure that you have Python installed onto your system, because if you do not have Python installed onto your system, it's not going to understand which interpreter it's going to use in PyCharm to structurize the application. Then it's about the framework. You have to use Flask or the Django for the back-end development. So specifically in this class, I'm going to be using Flask, which is going to create the backend and all of the functional systems. I'm also going to be creating a database system, which is going to be SQL or the SQLite, or you can also use PostSQL for storing the expenses on record in the application or the web app. Now, you're also going to be creating a database interpreter and also a structure of a file, which is going to help you with the database that the user inputs inside of the application. And for the front end, we're going to use HTML specifically, and you can optionally use JavaScript or a framework like React for the front end. But as this is going to be a very simple, or let's say a beginner-friendly class, I'm only going to be using HTML so that I can structure how the web application is going to look and how it is going to function. Now, about the number 2, it's about the features. Now, it's going to require a user authentication like the sign up or a login and a logout, but this is completely optional. If you want it, you can create it, but it needs the SQL data, or it's going to require a lot of complex coding. So in that case, I'm going to make sure that the website or the web application is very simple for the user to get inside and work according to their need. And about the new expense entries with details, I'm going to apply the amount, category, date, and the description text box, or let's say selection box, which is going to help the user to apply or use the data or store the data according to their records. Now, it's also going to have a view expense category, or let's say a page, which is going to list or categorize the daily, weekly, monthly records of how the user inputs in their data so that they can track up their record and use it whenever they want to, or just use it to visualize it. Okay. Then it's going to have a generate reports or graph, etc., like pie chart or bargram. You can use whichever one you want, but if you don't want it, you can also skip that part. It's also going to be totally optional. And just like I said, it's going to be very beginner friendly. So I'm going to make sure that it is going to be up to your expectation and you can create it whenever you want, but you just have to make sure you follow up to the class so that at least you get a functional web application which is going to track your expenses. Then it's going to have a section about the exporting data such as CSV or in Excel data. You can save it up whenever you want to, but in this class, I'm going to be showing you in such a method that it's going to create that chart for you so that you don't have to export it or save it. It's already going to create an Excel file or a data chart file for you so that it is very organized, but it's going to require or it's going to represent the data however you like fill it up inside of the form. And the optional is about the set budget and get alert when exceeded. So I'm going to get into the development state. So first things first, I'm going to create a new project. Now, when you create a new project, I'm going to make sure that I have a specific file name set up directly. Now, if you want to set it up directly, you need a specific file name. Now, the file name you can put in, let's say, an expense tracker web app or expense tracker app, whichever one you prefer. But in this case, I'm going to be using just expense tracker. So I'm going to type in expense underscore tracker. That is it. I'm going to press on create. I'm going to create from existing source and I'm going to open up the file. Now you can see that we have the expense tracker app opened up and we have the app.py. We also have a section of templates. You can see we have add expense, we have the index.html, and the other file that you need over here is the database.db. Now, if I delete it, it's totally fine. You can delete it whenever you want to, but how are you going to create this database file? Okay, in some cases, when you create these database files, it's not going to work properly. So what you want to do is just click on venv, click on new, and then you have this option called just file. Click on that. I'm going to type in database.db. Okay, that is exactly how you want to put in .db. That is it. Hit on enter and it's going to create the database.db file inside of your application. Okay, and that is where you want to start off customizing your application inside the app.py file. So if I open up the app.py, you can see this is like completely empty, but it's totally fine because this is where you're going to start customizing your application. And for the front end, we have created another folder, which is going to be named templates. And we're going to have the add expense and it's going to be the index. So the add expense HTML file is going to create, let's say, a front end, but it's going to be working as a backend inside of the front end because it's going to add the expenses inside of your, let's say, HTML page or let's say web page, and it's going to display the list of data whatever you enter. And for the front end, or let's say the whole structure, we're going to be using another HTML file known as the index.html, which is going to help you to structurize the UI and everything inside of it. Okay, so the app.py file is basically going to create the functional part of the application, and both of these are going to just represent what you want or whatever you want as a result and an outcome. Okay, so that is basically how simple it is. Now, as we have these files, first thing you want to do is you want to open up terminal on your device and you want to type in .venv /scripts/activate. Now, after you type in that, you have to install pip install Flask. Hit on enter. It's going to take a bit of time. If it shows you off as an error, that means it is already installed onto my device. But if it shows you something like this, it means that it is already installed. You can see a new release of pip has been available and requirement already satisfied. So this is exactly what you want to type in, and it's basically going to help you to run the exact type of data or run the modules inside of your, let's say, the application. So as we have these application or modules running perfectly inside of my, let's say, PyCharm or Python. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you want to type in let's say I'm going to type in pip install, then type in Flask, put in a dash, and type in SQ Alchemy. This module is basically going to help you to create the expense tracker data. So type in SQL Alchemy. Hit on enter, and this is going to show you that requirement is already satisfied. And if it shows you that the DB file is not working, what you want to do, you will have another section over here, which is going to tell you to install another extension. You're going to install it onto your device. Just click on install, and it's going to automatically install it on your device. So that is basically it. I'm going to keep it at the end. There we go. I'm going to open up app.py. Let's just close this DB file and let's just get into the customization of our codes. Okay, so if you want to start off coding, just make sure you have the libraries already installed, and then we're going to get directly into our development. So type in from Flask. I'm going to cut these off. I'm going to type in from Flask. I'm going to import Flask. There we go. Put in a comma. I'm going to put in the render template, comma. I'm going to have request, and I'm going to have a redirect. Okay, so I'm going to type in from Flask Alchemy over here, put in a comma. If you don't want to put in a comma, you just basically have to import the SQL or the Flask Alchemy. So for the Flask Alchemy, you want to put in SQL Alchemy, which is going to be working a lot more better. Now you have to define the application that you are creating with the Flask. So type in Flask, open parentheses over here, and then underscore, and put in name. That is exactly it. Now move on to the next line, and we're going to have the app.config. Okay, so app.config secondary bracket over here, and put in a single quotation, then type in SQL Academy database URI. So I'm going to type in SQL Alchemy database. Make sure all of them are capitalized, and underscore URI. That is exactly it. And then after that, you're going to put in an equal, single quotation, type in SQLite, and put in a colon, put in 2 forward slashes. And let's say I'm going to create another forward slash, and I'm going to create the database.db, where it's going to basically export the database inside of the DB file. So I'm going to put in database.db, and you are done with this next line too. Now for the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to type in app.config. In the same way, I'm going to have the track modification. So type in SQL Alchemy, like just one single quotation, type in SQL Alchemy underscore track underscore modification. Okay. And after this, you want to make sure that the value of this is in false, because you did not apply the data yet. Now, in the same way, we're going to have the DB application running. Okay, we're just basically going to intertwine the application with the database because we're going to be working with a lot of data. So type in DB equal SQ Alchemy. Okay, SQ Alchemy, open parentheses, and you have to define the application. Okay. So in the same way, we're going to create a class expense for the DB module. So I'm going to type in class expense, open parentheses, db.model. There we go. Now you have to open up the colon because you're going to define the amount, the category, the description, and also the date. So type in id equal db.column, open parentheses, type in db.integer value. And after that, you want to have a float value. So we need a basically primary key, primary underscore key. And the key value that we want to use is going to be true. Okay, you have to make sure that the value is true, because if you do not, it's not going to apply the float or the integer values to be working inside of the application. So in the same way, you're going to create an amount. In the same way, I'm going to put in db.column. Now I'm going to make sure that it is over here and open up the parentheses. In the same way, we're going to have a specific float value. So db, make sure it is db.float. Now after float, put in a comma. I'm going to have a nullable value. So I'm going to put in nullable is equal to false. That is it. Now, in the same way, we're going to have a specific category of data. So I'm going to type in category is going to be equal to db.column. I'm going to make sure this is capital column, then open up the parentheses in the same way, and we're going to create this string. So I'm going to type in db.string. After that, put in a comma, and you're going to have a nullable value again on this one. Nullable equals to false. Okay, but as we're using a specific string, we're going to have a specific value over here. So that is the exact amount of value that you can enter, and it's not going to exceed that value. So in this case, I'm going to use 50 as the maximum value. So we have that string. Now I'm going to create after category, it's going to be the description. And for this one, we're going to need text. So I'm going to type in description is going to be equal to db.column, open parentheses, column, open parentheses. I'm going to type in db.string, open parentheses, and the amount of, let's say, strings that we can use inside of this text box is, let's say in this case, I'm going to use 260. Okay. Now, after that, we're going to have the same nullable value, but this time we want to turn the nullable value into true so that I can apply my string or alphabetical details inside of that text box. So I'm going to type in nullable is equal to true, and that is exactly it. In the same way, we want a date, or let's say the time function do its thing. So I'm going to type in db column, open parentheses. I'm going to type in db.string. And the exact numerical that we want is going to be somewhere around 10 to 15. So in this case, I'm just going to put in 10 because that is going to be the default value. And in the same way, I'm going to put in nullable equal false. Okay, so that is exactly what you want to do. And that is all that you have to define inside of the class. In the same way, we're going to create the app route. One is going to trigger the expense query, and the other one is going to add the expenses inside of the database. So I'm going to put in @app.route. Now open up the parentheses, single quotation, and put in just a /. Now this is going to allow the definition of the index. So I'm going to cut this off. Here I'm going to put in, let's say, def index. Now after index, open and close parentheses with the colon at the ends, and then you want a return value. But before the return value, we're going to apply the expense query. So I'm going to type in expenses is going to be equal to expense.query, and after that, you're going to put in all values together. So I'm going to just open and close off the parentheses because we need all of the data inside. And in the same way, we want a return value. And for the return value, we want the render template to just like represent our indexed HTML. And we want the expenses to be represented. So I'm going to type in render template. I'm going to type in, let's say, single quotation, index.html. And after index.html, you want to define, cut these off, comma, and then you're going to put in expenses equal expenses. That is it. Now we are basically done with the app route of our index and the query. In the same way, we're going to create another app.route. In the same way, I'm going to just cut these off if there is any extra spaces. Open up the parentheses, and you're going to define it with single quotation / and add all of the values, put in a comma, and the methods that we want to use over here is get and post. So for that, single quotation get. After that, you want to put in comma and then single quotation post. Okay, that is all. Now move on to the next line over here, and you have to define the add expense. Add expense. Okay. So this is basically going to be a button where you will be able to enter the ID value, the amount value, the category value, the description value, and also the date in the same time. So for this one, I'm going to have specific conditionals, but I'm only going to define one conditional just by using if. I'm not going to be using elif or else because I'm going to have only one conditional working for this application, and it just needs to have a required value. That is it. You don't want any false value to be working inside of the application. So for that one, I'm going to have if request dot method is going to be, let's say I'm going to put in to equal and then put in single quotation and define the posting value and put in a colon, and then you want the return value of each and every one. So in most of these values, what you want to put in is just a request form. So in the same way, I'm going to start off with the amount. The amount is going to be equal to request dot form. After form, you want to open up the secondary brackets and put in a single quotation. And for this one, I'm going to have the amount button. In the same way, I'm going to have the category is going to be equal to request dot form, secondary bracket, single quotation, category. I'm just going to apply the same things from here. I'm going to apply description. Description is equal to request dot form, secondary brackets, over here, single quotation again, description. And for the last one, we need a specific date. So the date value that we want to use is also the same thing, request dot form, secondary bracket, single quotation, and define in the date. So that is exactly what you want to put in. And basically after this is all done, you want another expense to be added. So I'm going to put in new underscore expense. So in the new expense, it's going to be defined with the expense amount is equal to amount, category should be equal to category, description should be description, and date should be date. So type in expense, open parentheses, and here I'm going to put in amount equal amount, comma. I'm going to put in category equal category, comma, and for the next one we have description equal description, comma, and for the date we're going to have date. That is exactly it. And then we're going to have the DB sessions. So I'm going to put in DB dot sessions, okay? And the DB session, I'm going to have the adding function. So you're going to put in add, open parentheses, and you're going to apply the new expense. So I'm going to define the new expense over here. So it's going to keep applying more of the expenses that you are entering or the user is entering. Now, in the same way, we want the DB session to commit. So I'm going to put in DB dot session dot commit. And here you want to keep the parentheses open because we have not done the entry of data yet. So just keep it empty. And that is basically it. And then you want a return value to function the redirect. So I'm going to type in redirect, and you're also going to keep it open, but you want to run the app route in a loop. So you're going to put in single quotation and a slash, which is going to have the expense query, and it's going to add up all of these amounts that you enter inside of the application. So after we have the return value, we want the render template to be shown in the front end of the application. So for that, I'm going to have return, type in render template, open up the parentheses with a single quotation, and type in add underscore expense, and then put in .html. That is exactly it. So as we're done, now the last thing that we want to do, or how we have to customize the backend, is by debugging this whole application. So I'm going to type in if underscore name. Name is going to be double equal to underscore main. Put in a colon to define the return value with app.app underscore context. And in the same way, you're going to define the app context inside with the db create. So I'm going to type in db.create. You can create all if you want to. And Another thing that you can see over here is that we're using the db create all. It's because it's going to create the database and the tables inside of the HTML of the front end. So you need the add expense and the indexed HTML to run perfectly. So for the last thing that you want to do over here is you have to run the application together. Okay, so I'm going to put in app.run, open parentheses, type in debug equal true. And that is it for the back end of the application. Now let's move on to the front end of the application, where it's going to be, let's say, a bit complicated, but most of the complicated parts we have done it inside of the app.py. So you want to move inside of the add expense. Okay, so if we move on to the add expense, what you want to do is, first off, you just basically have to define the title as the add expense. Okay, so I'm going to keep it add expense as the title, add expense. Now inside of the add expense, we want to just customize the body, but inside the body we're going to create a form tag. So I'm going to go off inside the body, and here I'm going to start off with the h1 tag. So in the h1 we're going to have the add expense title, add expense. Move on to the next page or next line. Make sure you are in the same indentation level, because all of them are going to go inside of this h1, or let's say the body. And the form should work as a method for post. So method equal double quotation, type in post. That is it. Close off the tag and just apply every label. Now the label is going to have the amount, the category, the description, and also the date. So here, what we want to do is, let's move on to this line. And here I'm going to create a label. Another thing is that if you just create one, you can create more and more. So I'm going to put in label for equal double quotation, amount is the first value. So close off the tag and define, let's say, amount with a colon, and we're going to close off the label. In the same way, we want the input category or the input type. So input type that you want to apply over here is going to work as numbers. Okay, so number, and after that we're going to have a specific ID for this number, which is going to work as amount. And in the same way, we're going to have a specific name. Name is going to be double quotation and then type in amount. And for the last thing we want to put in is required, because this text box is required to be filled up. So I'm going to put in BR over here, close off the tag, and apply another BR tag. Okay, so here I'm going to copy this up, Control C, paste it, paste. There we go. We have 4 sections. Now for the next one, we are going to apply category. Okay. Now, instead of number, I'm going to apply text. Double quotation over here. Okay. Double quotation, ID. There we go. And instead of amount, I'm going to have category. And the name should also be category. And for the next one, we have description, which is also going to work as description for this one. So I'm going to type in description. I'm going to keep this copied over here. Control C. I'm going to paste it. In the amount, it's also description, and the name should also be description. So all of them are basically just description. In the same way, I'm going to have the date, copy, paste it, paste, and paste. Okay, that is exactly all that you need to do. And the last section that we want to create over here is a button. Button, we have a type is equal to submit, and the submit button is going to add the expense. And that is all that you want to put over here. Now, the last thing that you want to create over here is a link to other files. or which is going to basically take you to the front page, to the back page. So here I'm going to put in ahref equal to, let's say, double quotation / that is it. Close off the tag. I'm going to type in, let's say, go back home. That's it. Now we're going to move on to the index.html file, okay? So in the index.html file, I'm going to apply the expense tracker. Expense tracker, move inside of the body. I'm going to put in h1. We're going to have expense tracker. In the same way, I'm going to create a table. But before that, I'm going to have the ahref. Ahref is going to be equal to double quotation / add. That is all. You want to close off the tag at the end. And here I'm going to put in add expense, which is going to basically take you inside of the add expense page. Add, and then you want to put in add new expense. Okay, that is it. Now you want to create a table. Table border is going to be equal double quotation 1, and the style that we want is going to be equal to double quotation margin top. In the same way, colon, I'm going to have 20 px semicolon at the end. I'm going to make sure that this is over here. Okay, we're going to apply margin top, and it's going to have the same double quotation. Okay, so we have this margin top instead of this quotation over here. You're going to close off the quotation at the end. Okay, but make sure you have a semicolon before this, and at the end you just want to close off the tag. So we have defined the table. Now inside this table, I'm going to have a specific TED. Okay, so this TED is going to create our TR inside of it. So I'm going to put in TR, close off the tag, and here I'm going to have in TH. Here I'm going to apply date. Let's create another line. TH, let's say category. TH, close off the tag. Inside I'm going to have the amount. In the same way, I'm going to have another TH value, and inside I'm going to have the description. Okay, so we have applied these values inside of the TR tag. In the same way, I'm going to create the TH over here. Okay, so after this TED is done, we're going to have another table body. So I'm going to put in another tag. I'm going to type in T body. Inside this T body, I'm going to apply the third bracket inside. Open up the third brackets. Here I'm going to put in percentage for expense in expense. Okay, percentage, and you want to close off the third bracket. In the same way, you're going to apply the TR tag. Okay, so make sure that it is in the same indentation level of the TED, and also the TR should go inside of this quotation or this indentation level. So I'm going to put in TR, close off the tag, and all of them are going to go inside of the TD tag. Okay, so here I'm going to open up two third brackets. I'm going to put in expense dot date space, two third brackets, and close off the tag. In the same way, I'm going to have TD, and I'm going to have two third brackets, expense dot, let's say here I want category. In the same way, I'm going to have TD, third brackets, expense dot amount. I'm going to close this off. I'm going to apply TD over here. There we go. Close this off. Third brackets, expense dot, the last one is description. There we go. Okay, and we're going to have the T body working at the end. But before this T body, I'm going to apply another value. which is going to be the end for. So I'm going to put in percentage end for percentage and open or close of the third bracket. And that is exactly it. And we're done with customizing the application. Now, what you want to do is you want to run the application. If it shows you off this type of error, I'm going to check line 23 over here. And we have this add expense over here. We're going to check it out if it is working properly. So this one is the add expense. Here I want to open up the parentheses. There we go. And then you want to run the application. If the viewpoint shows up over here, then it will mean that it is working properly. But if it is not, you basically have to define, or you just basically have to, debug the application so that it works a bit better. Okay. So I'm going to check this line 17 app. I'm going to put in app.root, run the application again. And if it shows you off the viewport, click on the viewport. And if it shows you off this error, like for the last one, you want to debug the application. So you can see this debug app. I'm going to stop and rerun. And after you have stopped and rerun, you have to make sure that you allow this. And the next thing that we want to do is we're going to wait until the console has been done. And you want to, first off, just take the whole thing, cut it out, and paste it back again. So let's paste it, run the application. Is the viewport, and there we go. We already applied another type of database over here. So basically it's going to be totally empty, but if we just remove a couple of databases, I'm going to go off into database. You can see database over here, tables, and we have this over here. I'm going to refresh it. There we go. And if you want to apply another data, just click on add new expense. Here we can put in the amount. Let's say I'm going to put in $4,000, or let's say all of these are basically amounts. So I want it to be in categories, descriptions, and so on. So let's just close off or stop the application to run and rerun it back again. You can see we have the viewport. Let's click on add new expense, and there we go. We have the amount, the category, and the description. The same way, I'm going to apply $4,000. And the category should be, let's say, living expenses. The description that we want to add in is going to be, let's say, rent. And the date, let's say in this case, I'm going to put in 01. And the month that we want to use is also 01 and 2000. I'm going to put in 2025. Okay. And if you click on add expense, it will be applied. You can also select from here, whichever date or whichever year you want to select from. And if you click on add expense, you can see it has been applied over here as all of the data that you've put in. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these datas or any of these codings or classes, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of application development using Python. Welcome to a new class of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to create a Mad Libs application just by using Python. This app will allow users to input the words such as nouns, verbs, adjectives to fill in blanks in a predefined story template. Now, it's going to be a very simple class, and it's going to be a very simple approach to creating this application. But one complication or one complex thing that we're going to add inside this application is I'm going to make this inside of a GUI, which is going to structurize something like a software or an application to run in the background. So I'm also going to tell you how the code works. So without any further ado, first off, let's open up PyCharm or any IDE that you have on your device. This class is going to be very important for you so that you can understand about how you can make a Mad Libs application. Well, I have made a couple of Mad Libs game inside of my websites, or which is also known as a web app. But I'm not going to be making a web app, as this is a course about the application, about how you can create application in Python. So I'm going to tell you how the code will work. Now, the story template variable is a string that the placeholder or with the placeholder. In example, like I'm going to be using place, noun, adjectives, adjective 1, adjective 2, or whatever you want to use to fill in the blanks. And these placeholder, which are going to be used with the third bracket, is going to be replaced by the user input from by taking the data from the GUI front end. Okay. Now we're going to have the user input. Now the user input is going to be defined with the open and close parentheses function prompts and users for words in the fill of the blanks. And then we're going to have the dynamic replacement. The format of open and close parentheses function is going to basically replace the placeholders in the template with the user provided values. And for the execution, we're going to be using if underscore underscore name, and it's going to be equal to the main value, which is going to loop up the function so that you can create more and more of these dynamic application and make it interactive at the same time. And to ensure that the program runs only when the executed is, or let's say when the user is executing it directly. And to run the application, you have to run it by using madlibs.py, or you can run it using the Python interpreter. Okay. So to follow the prompt to enter words, and you can enjoy your personalized Mad Libs story. So first thing that I want to do over here is I'm going to create a new project. There we go. I'm going to wait for a bit and I'm going to type in Mad Libs. Hit on enter, and I'm going to make sure that it creates the virtual environment for me. And then I'm going to start off coding inside of it. Just make sure not to skip any part because it's going to be very important for you. Now, there's going to be a lot of codings that we need to do because we have to define a story. Then we have to validate the inputs. We need a story template. We need to display the story in a message box. And then you're going to create the main window with the title label, the input fields, the dictionary to hold with the entry of widgets. We're going to assign the entries to variables. We're going to have the submit button, and then we're going to have the section where we're going to run the main application. So what I'm going to do first is that first off, make sure that you have Tkinter available on your device. Now, if you still don't have installed Tkinter, I would suggest you do it right now. And obviously, I've shown you in my previous classes of how you're going to install Tkinter on your device. So the first thing that you want to do is click on new. And over here, I'm going to click on Python file. I'm going to name it app.py. I'm going to wait for a bit and I'm going to start off importing my code. So type in import Tkinter as tk. Now in the next line, I'm going to type in from, I'm going to cut this off, from Tkinter, I'm going to import the message box. There we go. It's also going to be using Tkinter as the base value. So make sure you have Tkinter, and that is the main supplement that we need to run this application. In the same way, I'm going to create a section called create story. So I'm going to type in create underscore story. Okay. Now, after that, open and close parentheses with the colon at the end. And now you have to create a section where we are going to retrieve the input from the entry fields inside of the GUI. So I'm going to type in retrieve inputs from the entry field. Okay. Now here, the first thing or the first variable that we need is called a place. So that is going to be the placeholder. So I'm going to put in place equal, let's say place dot, or let's underscore entry dot get open and close parentheses. In the same way, I'm going to have adjective. Adjective is going to be equal to adjective underscore entry dot get open and close parentheses. Now in the same way, I'm going to have a noun. So noun is going to be noun underscore entry dot get. In the same way, I'm going to have, let's say, verb 1. We're going to be using a couple of verbs over here. So I'm going to put in verb 1 underscore entry dot get. Now the next variable or the next placeholder is going to be adverb. Adverb is going to be adverb underscore entry dot get. Open and close parentheses. Now for the next one, I'm going to have adjective 2. So I'm going to put in adjective. Adjective 2 is going to be equal to adjective 2 underscore entry dot get. And for the next one, I'm going to have verb 2 is going to be equal to verb 2 entry dot get. And for the last placeholder, I'm going to have a body part. Body part is going to be equal to body underscore part underscore entry dot get, open and close parentheses. Okay, so we have that section. Now I'm going to create another section which is going to validate the input. So I'm going to type in validate inputs. Here I'm going to type in, let's say, a conditional. So if not all, open parentheses, I'm going to type in a secondary brackets. I'm going to put in place. We have the place, and then we have adjective. In the same way, we have the noun, comma, we have the verb 1. I'm going to put in verb 1. For the next one, we have adverb. There we go. The next one we have is adjective 2. So I'm going to put in a bit of space, adjective 2. For the next one, we have verb 2. We're going to validate each and every one. And the last one we have is body part. Okay. So after that, you want to close off with a colon at the end. Now inside, we want a message box to show each and every one of these values. So I'm going to type in message box dot shower. Okay. I'm going to put in shower, or let's say show error. Okay. I'm going to type in show error, open up the parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in input error. So it should show me an input error if it doesn't meet up to any one of these criteria. So after this double quotation, I'm going to put in a bit of space and put in another double quotation. I'm going to put in, please fill in all the text fields, or let's say fields. Okay, FIELDS, and you want to close off the parentheses, but here you can put in an exclamation sign. And then you want a return value. Now in the return value, you want a section to appear up. So the section that I want to appear up inside of the GUI is going to have to be the story template. So story template. Okay. So here I'm going to have the story underscore template. Now story template is going to be equal to open parentheses. Inside, I'm going to type in F double quotation. I'm going to type in the sentence and with the placeholders with the validation of input. Okay. So here I'm going to type in today, comma, I went to Now after that, you want to define the placeholders according to these placeholders. Okay. So here I'm going to type in parentheses, place. There we go. I went to a place. Full stop. I saw a. Here I'm going to put in adjective. There we go. Space, another placeholder. I'm going to put in, let's say I'm going to put in a comma over here. I'm going to type in now. Okay. That was, I'm going to open up the third bracket. Here I'm going to type in, let's say verb 1, space, third bracket again. I'm going to put in a verb. Okay. So after that, I'm going to put in a full stop. Now move on to the next line. I'm going to put in F double quotation. It was so third brackets, I'm going to have the adjective to, that everyone started to, let's say I'm going to put in verb to. Full stop. Now, I couldn't believe my. Now here I'm going to type in the body part. That's it. Now I want it to end over here. So if you end it over here, that is basically it for this section. And that is exactly how simple it is. Now I want to display the story in a message box. So that is going to be the return value. So here I'm going to create a section. I'm going to type in display the, let's say, story in a message box. Okay. I'm going to type in message box dot show info, open parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in your Mad Libs story. Okay. Now after that, put in a comma. Here you're going to define the story template. So I'm going to type in the story template over here, and you should get a suggestion. So basically we are done on this part 2. So the next section that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create the main window. So I'm going to create a section. I'm going to type in create the main window. Inside, I'm going to define it as root, which is going to make sure that it runs the whole thing inside of a loop. So that is basically how simple it is. Type in root. Root is going to be equal to tk.tk, open parentheses, and close off the parentheses. Then we're going to have the title, and then we're going to have the geometry. So type in root dot title equal, or open up the parentheses, double quotation, Mad Libs game. Move on to the next line, root dot geometry. Now here I'm going to have open parentheses, double quotation, and in this case I'm going to have it, I want the length to be higher instead of the width. I'm going to type in 400 x 600. Okay, let's move on to the next section where we're going to have the title label. Title label. Here I'm going to have the title underscore label. It's going to be equal to tk dot label. tk dot label, open parentheses, define in the root value, comma, the text value. Text is going to be equal, double quotation, type in Mad Libs. Here, I'm going to put in Mad Libs game as you have defined as the root title. Make sure it is exactly the same, okay? Which is basically going to be defined inside of the GUI. Now put in a comma. Then if you want to put in a font, so type in font equal, open parentheses, double quotation, Arial. Arial. Now after that, put in a comma and define it with the numerical value. Let's say in this case, I'm going to use 19 as the size of the text. And I want this in a bolded value. So type in bold. That's it. You want to close up the parentheses over here. Now put in a comma. Now, if you are going to put in a pack, then you can put in the patty value over in the pack. But another thing, or let's say another alternate of using patty, is that you can use it inside of the label after the root value. And type in patty equals, let's say I'm going to put in 10. So in the same way, I'm going to put in the title label pack. So I'm going to put in title label dot pack. Now, just like I said in the alternate in my previous classes, most of the time I put in the patty value over here. But if you want to put in the patty value over here, it is also going to work properly. But as we're using one over here, we don't have to put this over here anymore. Okay, so that is basically it. Now I'm going to create another section about the input fields. Now you have to enter specific data values. and I'm going to define it so the user can understand it better. So I'm going to create hash over here. I'm going to put in input field, move on to the next line. Field is going to be equal to secondary brackets. Now you want to define every one of them inside of the parentheses and double quotation. I'm going to type in enter a place, that is the first placeholder, colon. Now after that, what you want to do, put in a bit of space, put in comma, double quotation again, and define the place. Okay? In the same way as we're going to be defining more of these values, so I'm going to keep on applying adjective, the noun, verb one, and so on respectively. Open it up, double quotation, enter an adjective, colon, put in a comma, double quotation. I'm going to put in adjective. Put in comma, open parentheses. The next one is noun. So I'm going to put in enter a noun, colon over here, double quotation, and define in the noun. In the same way, I'm going to have the verb one, double quotation, enter a verb one. I'm going to put in enter a verb, now ending in ing. That is how you can define it if you want to, but if you don't want to, it's also totally fine. So I'm going to put in enter a verb, ending in, put in a bit of dash, and I'm going to type in ing. Okay. Now here, I'm going to put in a colon, comma, double quotation. I'm going to type in verb one. Put in comma over here, open parentheses, double quotation, enter. Let's say I'm going to put in adverb, enter an adverb, double quotation to close it off with the colon at the end, comma, double quotation. I'm going to type in adverb over here. Put in a comma over here, open parentheses, double quotation, type in enter. Now the next one we have adjective too. So I'm going to put in enter an adjective. There we go. Enter an adjective. So here I'm going to put in adjective only one time. Now in the case, or in this case, I'm going to, let's say I already have an adjective over here. So I'm going to put in another adjective, enter another. I'm going to type in another adjective, put in a colon, now put in comma. I'm going to put in double quotation. I'm going to type in adjective 2. That is it. The same way, put in a comma, open up the parentheses, double quotation. Here, I'm going to put in enter, let's say another verb, colon, comma, double quotation. I'm going to put in verb 2. Okay, comma, and the last one that we want to enter is a body part. Double quotation, enter a body part over here, colon, comma, double quotation. I'm going to type in body underscore part. So that is exactly it. And I'm going to put a. Now, after you have defined these input fields, what you want to do is create another section. In this section, you want to hold the entry widgets. So I'm going to type in dictionary to hold entry widget. Okay. So here you have to define the placeholder as entries. So I'm going to type in entries equal, open and close this third bracket. Now for these entries, I'm going to be using the for loop. So I'm going to type in for the label underscore. You're going to type in the label text. So for the label text, key in fields. So I'm going to put in key in fields. Okay, so just type in fields over here like this. Now open up or put in a colon, move on to the next line, And here, I'm going to put in the label value. So I'm going to put in label equal tk dot label. Now for the next one, I'm going to open up root, comma, text is going to be equal to the label text. Okay, so the label text, and for the next one, I'm going to have my font. So put in a comma. I'm going to define in font equal, open parentheses, double quotation, Arial, and after that, put in a comma and define in the font size. In this case, I'm going to be using 13. Now, in the same way, I'm going to have the label dot pack, open and close parentheses. If you want some paddings, you can obviously have some paddings. In the same way, I'm going to define my entry value, the tk dot entry over here, open parentheses, define in root, text is going to be equal. Now, if you don't want any specific text as, let's say, the entry text, but as this is going to be just the entry, you can just define in the font. So in the same way, define in the font, open parentheses, double quotation, Arial. After that, put in a comma, and then put in the exact numerical value to define the font size. In the same way, I'm going to put in the entry dot pack is going to be equal, or let's say I'm going to open up the parentheses, and here, as the entry is basically a button, so I'm going to put in the patty value, and I'm going to put in the patty value as 10. If you want the padding value to be, let's say, 5 or 6, you can also do that, but I want it to be 10. Now, in the same way, I'm going to define my entries. So entries, secondary brackets, and I'm going to define my key points on each and every one, and all of them should be equal to the user entry value, such as this entry box and this entry pack, such as the button. Now, for the next section, I'm going to create a section called the assigning the entries to variables. So whatever the user is going to type inside of the text box, it should validate each and every one of these placeholders. So to do that, I'm going to create a section over here. This section is called assigning entries to variables. Okay. Here, I'm going to put in place underscore entry. It's going to be equal to entries, secondary brackets. I'm going to define in place. Move on to the next one. I'm going to have the adjective underscore entry is going to be equal. I'm going to type in entries, secondary bracket, double quotation. I'm going to type in adjective. In the same way, I'm going to do the rest of the same thing. Now for the next one, we have noun underscore entry is going to be equal to entries, secondary bracket, double quotation, and define in noun. And for the next one, we have the verb one underscore entry equal entries, secondary bracket, double quotation, noun one, or let's say verb one, not noun one. For the next one, I'm going to apply adverb. Adverb underscore entry equal entries, secondary bracket, double quotation, adverb. That is it. Now for the adverb, the next one we have adjective 2. Adjective 2 underscore entry equal entries, secondary brackets, double quotation, adjective 2. Now for the adjective 2, I'm going to apply the next one, which is verb. Let's say we have another verb over here. So instead of verb 1, I'm going to put in verb 2. Not this, but over here, verb 2 underscore entry equal to entries, secondary brackets, double quotation. I'm going to type in verb 2. Now for the next one, we have is the body part. So I'm going to type in the body underscore part underscore entry equal to entries, secondary bracket, double quotation, type in body underscore part. And basically that is it for assigning the entries to my variables. Now I'm going to create another section for our submit button, which is basically going to define the return value. So I'm going to put in submit button. Here I'm going to define my submit button underscore button equal to tk dot button, open parentheses for the root value, comma, define the text is going to be equal, double quotation, create story. Now, after the create story, I'm going to put in comma. I'm going to define in the font is equal to open parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to type in Arial, put in a comma, and here I'm going to define my section. Let's say I'm going to put in 15 in this case. Now, after this, you want to put in another comma, and it should have a specific command. Is equal create underscore story. Now, in the same way, I'm going to have a patty value on the submit button. So I'm going to type in submit button dot pack, open parentheses, patty value, patty equal to 15. Or maybe in this case, I'm going to use 25 so that it is quite big. Now, the last part or the last section that I'm going to create is for debugging or running the application. So I'm going to put in run the application, move on to the next line, root dot main loop. Okay, open and close off the parentheses, and basically you are good to go. Now, if I run this application, you can see some of them are kind of like this. We have this body part at line 23. So I'm going to move on to line 23. There we go. I'm going to close this one off over here and then put in the exclamation sign at the end. Let's run the application again and key in fields. Okay, I'm going to check out this line, line 53, key in fields. Now, there are going to be some parts where it might not be quite the same. So I'm going to check this for label underscore text, put in comma, and then we have is key in fields. So this should basically work. If it doesn't work, we have to make sure that the entry values are exactly the same. There we go, comma, key in fields. So let's just cut this part out and put in a colon again. And next we want to debug the application. So I'm going to take a bit of time to debug, and there we go, it is running properly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter a place. So here I'm going to put in, let's just go at the top. Let's check it out, or let's check out the text so that we can apply our place. So today I went to the farm. Okay, to the farm. I saw a black, so I saw a black cow. Now that was, let's say, eating. Now the adverb, grass. Okay, it was so common. It was so common that everyone started to, let's say, feel bored. I couldn't believe my, let's say, teacher. Or in this case, instead of being insulting, we can put in something more interesting. Today I went to the museum. Okay, today I went to the museum. I saw, let's say, dark matter. that was moving on air. Okay, that is what I want to put in. It was so fascinating that everyone started to take photos. I couldn't believe my eyes. If I click on create a story, you can see we have our text over here. Today I went to the museum. I saw a dark matter that was moving on air. It was so fascinating that everyone started to take photos. I couldn't believe my eyes. So this is basically how you can create your Mad Libs game. You can also increase the size, and this is how it will look like. You can minimize it again, and you can run it back again whenever you want to. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of creating application using Python. Welcome to a new class of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can create a password manager application in Python, which is kind of a really great project. I'm going to show you a high-level plan for developing a password managing app just by using Python. So before getting into the class or the practical part about creating our structure, we have to understand about the core features. So number one, we're going to have the user authentication, which is going to be a secure login with the master password. Then we're going to have a specific option for multi-factor authentication, or known as MFA. And this is going to be totally optional, but I'm going to make it super simple for you. Then we're going to have a password storage. It's going to the encrypted stored password using a library like the cryptography or PyCryptodome. Storage or store service names, usernames, and passwords in a database. An example, in that case, I'm going to be using SQLite. In the third case, we're going to have the password generator, or let's say password generation, which is going to generate strong and random passwords using user-defined criteria such as length, inclusion, and special characters. So first off, let's open up PyCharm on our device and let's get into more of our core features. In number 4, we're going to have the password retrieval, which is going to allow users to search and retrieve passwords securely. In number 5, we're going to have the data security, which is going to encrypt the entire database, and it's going to implement secure backup and restore option. In 6, we're going to have the cross-platform compatibility. We're going to create a GUI using libraries like Tkinter, PyQt, or Kivy. And it's also going to offer a CLI version for the advanced user. We're also going to have the extra features such as dark mode and custom themes. You can also have password strength checker and a secure auto logout after the inactivity. Now, the technologies and libraries that we want to use in this specific class is about the encryption. We're going to import cryptography and bcrypt so that I can use or implement it inside of the application. We're also going to have database such as SQLite 3 or ORM like SQAlchemy. We're also going to have the GUI such as Tkinter, PyQt, or Kivy. We're going to have a password generation such as secrets or random, and for hashing, we're going to use the bcrypt or hashlib for the master password. As we have a development plan, so we need a project setup. So first things first that I want to do is that I want to initialize a Python project with the virtual environment. So I'm going to click on new project, and in this case, I'm going to have, let's say, passwords manager. Okay, I'm going to press on create. Now, after I press on create, it will open the virtual environment for me. Now, everything that I'm going to be doing is going to be in one structure. So first things first, I'm going to press on new. I'm going to click on Python file. I'm going to name it app.py. Now you want to go off directly into the terminal because this is where you want to first off implement your libraries. First things first, type in venv /. I'm going to type in scripts / again, type in activate. It will activate the directory from your PC. Now, the next thing that you want to do is type in pip install bcrypt. Hit on enter, wait for a bit, just make sure you have a stable internet connection. Now, another thing you have to keep in mind is that if you do not activate the script, it cannot install the module or the library. So make sure to do that and it's going to work perfectly. Then I'm going to do another thing, pip install cryptography. Hit on enter and we're going to wait for another bit. Just make sure you have a stable internet connection and it's also going to install it inside your device. Now the next thing, so as we have imported our libraries, now the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to keep on importing my values. Okay, so the first import that I want to do over here is going to be SQLite3. SQLite3. Okay, move on to the next line. And for the next import that I want to do is going to be the cryptography for net. So I'm going to type in from cryptography.pernet. I'm going to import pernet. That is exactly how you want to type in, but make sure you have a capital, so it's going to suggest you. Then the next thing that I want to import is secrets and then string. Import secrets, import string, and the last thing is import the OS. Here, I'm going to have the DB file. Okay, so DB file is going to be equal to double quotation password manager.db, which is basically going to work with the database files or the SQLite3. So I'm going to put in password manager.db. Okay, now for the next thing, I'm going to have a key file. It's equal double quotation. I'm going to have encryption dot key. Now, in the same way, I'm going to create a section. This section is going to be called a load or generate the encryption key. So I'm going to type in load or generate encryption key. In the same way, I'm going to have a definition. So I'm going to define a load key. This load key, open and close parentheses to define it with a colon at the end. Now define your conditional. If not os, which is os.path.exist. Okay, exists, open parentheses. I'm going to define my key underscore file. I'm going to put in if not os.path exists key file. In the same way, I'm going to have with open parentheses. I'm going to define key file. Now after that, put in a comma and define in the WB. WB, that's exactly how you want to put in. And this WB file or this variable is going to work as a key file. So I'm going to put in key file. Okay. Now after that, open up the colon, move on to the next line. Now here, after this with value, you need the key file to write up. Key underscore file. And then you want to put in dot write. Now, as we are writing this, we need a generate key. So when you want to generate a key, you might use or you want to use Burnett dot generate key. Okay, that is exactly what you want to do. Now move on to the next line, and in the same indentation level of the if, you want to type in with the open. So I'm going to put in with open, open parentheses, key underscore file, comma, double quotation, RB. Now this RB is going to work in kind of like the same way, also as the key file. So I'm going to put in as key file. Okay, colon. Now move on to the next line. I'm going to have a return value for the key file, which is going to be read only. So I'm going to type in return key file dot read. Okay, so after read, what you want to do is just open and close off the parentheses. That's it. I'm going to create a section for the encryption and decryption function. Now, in the encryption and decryption function, you have to define both of these manually. One is going to be the encryption and one is going to be the decryption. Okay, so I'm going to create a section. I'm going to type in encrypt and decrypt function. So first things first, let's define the encrypt. Encrypt, open parentheses. So the encryption is also going to be text and it's going to be cipher. Okay, so type in cipher. Close off the parentheses with the colon at the end. Now you want a return value. Return value should be cipher.encrypt. Open parentheses. Now make sure to open it 2 times if you want to, because one is going to be the encode and also the decode. So on the first one of encrypt, you just want to type in text.encode, open and close parentheses. Now after that, you're going to put in dot, and then you have to put in decode, open and close parentheses, and that's it. In the same way, I'm going to define decrypt. Open parentheses, type in text, comma, type in cipher. In the same way, put in colon. Now you want a return value. In the return value, we're going to have the same thing, but instead of encrypt, we're just going to put in decrypt. Decrypt, open parentheses, text, dot, encode, open close parentheses, dot, decode, open and close parentheses. Okay, so that is exactly it. Now let's create another section for generating a random password. So I'm going to create hash, and I'm going to put in generate random password. Here, I'm going to define my generation of random password. So you're going to put in generate password. It's going to be open parentheses, and now define the length of the password. So the exact length of the passwords that I want is going to be, let's say, 10 cased. Okay. Now you want a return value. So type in return, open up parentheses. Inside, instead of parentheses, what you want to do is put in a bit of space, single quotation, keep it empty, put in dot, and then you have to put in join and then open parentheses. Okay. Here I'm going to have the secrets dot choice, open parentheses again, and now you want to define what type of generation of password do you want. In this case, I want the string value, and inside the string value, I want ASCII or ASCII letters. So I'm going to put in ASCII letters, and now I want to add it up with the string digits. String, put in dot digits. Okay. Now the string digits that you want to put in should also be plussed with the string punctuation. So I'm going to type in string dot punctuation. Okay. Now close off the parentheses, and now you're going to define the for loop for underscore in range. Range open parentheses, and define in length. Okay, now close off the parentheses 2 times at the end, and we are basically done with this section 2. Now in the third section, we're going to have the database initialization. So here I'm going to type in initialize database. First things first, we're going to define our init value, and here in the init, we're going to define the database. So type in DB. Open and close off the parentheses with a colon at the end. Here I'm going to have the with function working with the SQLite tree. Okay, so I'm going to connect it with the DB file. Connect, here I'm going to have DB underscore file as connect. Colon, move on to the next line. I'm going to have con dot execute, open parentheses, 3 quotation or 3 single quotation over here. Make sure to keep it like this. And here I'm going to define create table if not exists password. In the same way, we're going to, let's say, open up another parentheses, move on to the next line, and I'm going to make sure that this is on this indentation level. Here, first off, I'm going to put in ID. Now here after ID, I'm going to have the integer primary key. Here, I'm going to have service text. Move on to the next line. I'm going to have the username text, but first off that I want to do is that they are all different. So I'm going to put in comma. Here, I'm going to put in username text, comma. Now on the last one, I'm going to have password text. Okay. So after this parentheses, I'm going to close off the quotation in the same method. So exactly that is it. Now I'm going to add my password. So I'm going to move on to the next line. I'm going to have the indentation level again at the beginning. I'm going to put in add a password. Move on to the next line. Here I'm going to have define add underscore password, open parentheses. I'm going to define service, comma, username. That is the second variable that the user is going to input. Then we're going to have password, comma, cipher, colon. Now you want the encrypted password. So I'm going to put in encrypted password, open parentheses, or put in an equal. I'm going to put in encrypt, open parentheses, define in password, comma, cipher. Okay, move on to the next line. I'm going to have the with. Now, which file do you want to intertwine it with? Because as it's going to be working with the database, so I'm going to be working with SQLite 3 dot connect, open parentheses, and I want it to connect with the DB file or the database file. Okay, so the database file is going to work as connect, just like we did previously. So define in con, move on to the next line, and I'm going to put in con dot execute, open parentheses. Now here, single quotation, let's type in insert into password. Here, passwords, put in a bit of space, open parentheses, service, comma, username, comma, password. Now, after this, what you want to do is you want to close off the parentheses of this one. After this parentheses or this value closes, you want to define in the values. Okay, so this values is going to have another parentheses, and inside I'm going to have question marks. Question, comma, question, comma, question. exactly how you want to put in, and put in a quotation at the ending. Now, another thing that you have to keep in mind is that this quotation or this parentheses or quotation should not end over here. Instead, you're going to keep it almost at the end. Now, after the end of the parentheses, you're going to define a comma because we're going to need the same parameters over here. Make sure to take it like right up, like after this insert value. So after this insert into password value, what you want to do is open up the parentheses. Here, I'm going to make sure that it is right over here, kind of like this. Here, I'm going to define in service, comma, username, comma, define in encrypted password. Exactly how you want to put in over here. In the same way, you want to close off the whole parentheses. So instead of putting it over here, what you can do is you can close off the parentheses right over here, so everything works a lot more better. Okay, now move on to the next lines, and we're going to create another section for retrieving the password. Retrieve here, I'm going to define my retrieve password. Retrieve password, open parentheses. It's going to work as a service. But even though it is working as a service, it is also ciphering the data. Comma. Here I'm going to have with SQLite 3 connect, open parentheses, DB file as connect, colon, move on to the next line. Here I'm going to put in rows equal connect is going to be dot execute, open parentheses. Here in like execute, put in single quotation. I'm going to put in select username, comma, password from passwords where service. Okay, now the service is going to be equal to a question mark, and then that is where you exactly want to close off the parentheses. Okay, now in the same way, you can define in the service values right after the execute or right after this question. Here, what you can do is you can define the service and then fetch all. It is basically going to help you to fetch the data inside of this exact values. So as we have put in that value like that, we want a return value. In the return value, open up the secondary brackets, open up the parentheses, and define in row. Secondary brackets and define in 0. Now, after the 0 value, you want to put in a comma, put in a bit of space, and then you have the decrypt value. Decrypt, open parentheses, I'm going to put in row. Now, do not put in rows, just put in row, and we have 1 as the value. Now, after the secondary brackets, put in a comma, and here I'm going to have the cipher value. So I'm going to put in cipher. Now, after that, make sure both of these parentheses is closed, and I'm going to have the for loop working in row, in rows. Okay? Now, after this secondary brackets, I'm going to have if rows else. Secondary brackets, open and close. Just make sure to put in a bit of space. Now I'm going to have the main program. Move on to the next line, define. I'm going to have main. Now in this main value, open and close parentheses with a colon at the end. Move on to the next line. I'm going to have cipher value equal to per net, open parentheses, and define in load underscore key, open and close parentheses, and that's all. And here I'm going to have the init value as db, open and close parentheses. And here I'm going to have the while value or while true. These are also going to work as kind of like conditionals. So I'm going to put in while true, I'm going to print out a value. So I'm going to put in print, open parentheses, double quotation, forward slash or backward slash, n1. N1 over here. And the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to put in a dot. Here I'm going to have add password. Here I'm going to put in backward slash n2, put in dot, I'm going to put in retrieve password, which is going to be n3, full stop, generate password, backward slash, n4. So in the same way, I'm going to have the exit value at the end. I'm going to have a specific choice is equal to the input, open parentheses, double quotation, select an option. Okay, put in a colon, and then you are going to define the conditionals of if, elif, and else. Move on to the next lines. I'm going to have the conditional. If choice double equal, double quotation is 1, colon, and then I want a return value of service, username, and password. So if I put in 1, service is equal to input, open parentheses, double quotation, define service, put in a comma if you want to. If you don't want to, it's totally fine. Just move on to the next line. I'm going to have the username is equal to input, open parentheses, double quotation. Instead of service, here I want a username. Okay, so username, colon, a bit of space. In the same way, I'm going to have the password equal input, double quotation. I'm going to put in password, colon, a bit of space. I'm going to have add password, open parentheses, service, comma, username, comma, password, comma, cipher. In the next line, I'm going to print out a specific value, open parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in password added, full stop, and that's it. Now, after the if, I'm going to define my elif function. Elif, now instead of putting in colon over here, I'm going to have a specific choice. It's going to be double equal, double quotation, if it is true, like 2. In the next line, I'm going to define my service. Service is going to be equal to input, open parentheses. Here I'm going to have service to retrieve. Service to retrieve. In the next line, I'm going to have my results is equal to retrieve password. Open parentheses, service, comma, cipher. In the next time, or in the next section, I'm going to have the if function working again. If results. If the results, colon, move into the next line, I'm going to have a loop. I'm going to put in username, comma, password in results. Okay? If it is like working for results, put in a colon at the end, move on to the next line. I want to print out the username. Print. Now I'm going to put in F, double quotation. I'm going to put in username, colon, put in a bit of space, third brackets. I'm going to define username, put in comma, password, now colon. I'm going to define in password. Okay, that is exactly it. In the same way, I'm going to define my else conditional, colon, the return value that I want is print, open parentheses, double quotation, no passwords found. Put in a full stop, and that is exactly it. Okay, so no passwords found. That is it for this one. Here, I'm going to have another elif function. Elif choice is double equal, double quotation, if it is 3. Colon, move on to the next line. Here I'm going to have the length. Okay, so length is going to be equal to the integer values. Open up the parentheses. We want to put in the input value and the input prompt. The input prompt that you want to put in is password length. Exactly over here. Double quotation to open it up. Here I'm going to put in the double quotation. After that, space, and there we go. After the length, we want a print out value. Open parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in generated password, colon, and a bit of space. If you don't want a bit of space, you can apply another conditional over here. But here I'm going to have the generate password, and inside I'm going to put in the length value. Okay, in the same way, I'm going to have the elif choice for colon, move on to the next line, and I want to print out print value, double quotation. I want to print out goodbye. Okay, here I want a break. Now the last thing that you want to put in is the else function. In the else function, I want to print out specifical values. Print, open parentheses, double quotation. I'm going to put in invalid choice. I'm going to make sure I'm just going to put in lower cases, dot try again, full stop. So as we're done defining our working with the firmware, the last thing that we need to do is basically just debug it. So I'm going to put in if name is double equal, double quotation, main, colon at the end. I'm going to put in main, open and close parentheses, and that's it for this application. Okay. Now, what you want to do is if you want to make sure that it runs in the first one or the first try, make sure you debug the application. Now, if this prompt opens up, you can see this one, then what you want to do is you want to just run this whole thing back again. Just rerun, and there we go. Just play it, and you can see it is working in the terminal. Now, if you want to add a password, just click on one, hit on enter. The service that I want is also, let's say, retrieve password. The username that I can put in is going to be, in this case, let's say USA. Enter. The password for this is going to be 1234. There we go. The password has been added. Now, if you want to retrieve a password, I'm going to put in 2. Service to retrieve, I'm going to put in 2. I'm going to put in 2 again. Service to retrieve is going to be a username. There we go. Now we can also generate a password. If I put in 3, password length is going to be 6, hit on enter, and there we go. We have a password generated too. In the same way, you can add more password, you can like run more password, you can also check the DB file whenever you want to, and you can restore them anytime you want to. So you can see how I have created a password generator or password manager application just by using Python. It's also very simple, but if you want to apply more GUI, you can also do that. But as I wanted this class to be very simple and beginner friendly at the same time, so this is the application that I have created. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Just make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something important. So, without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of application development using Python. Welcome to a new class of application development using Python. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can create a maze solver application in Python, which is going to be a fascinating project. Here is an outline of the development process. First thing that we want to know about is the project overview. We're going to have the specific goal, the input, and the output. For the goal, we're going to develop an application that solves a maze using algorithms like depth effect, search DFS, breadth, which is the first search VFS, or A star. In the input, we're going to have a maze represented as a 2D grid from the user input, an image, or if it is predefined. And in the output, the maze with the solved path will be displayed visually. So first thing that we want to do is we have to open up any IDE that we have on our device, in this case, PyCharm. So as you can see from my screen, I have opened up PyCharm on my device. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to make sure that the name that I put in is going to be Maze Solver App. I'm going to press on create, and I'm going to wait for a bit until it shows up on my screen. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure that I have an application for Python. I'm going to make sure that the skeletons have been uploaded and the indexes have been uploaded too. You can see it is indexing the file, so make sure you wait until all of these are done. Okay? And also make sure that you have the latest version of Python available whenever you are working to develop any application using Python. Now, as this updating skeleton will be done, what I'm going to do next is going to be right-clicking on it. I'm going to press on new and then Python file. I'm going to press on app and then hit on enter. And then we are going to have the application.python. Now, the next thing that we want to do is importing my tools and libraries. First thing that I want is a Python library, such as Pygame, Matplotlib, NumPy, or OpenCV. Now, Pygame is basically for graphical visualization of the maze. For Matplotlib, it is going to be used for plotting it visually, which isn't going to be interactive. NumPy is going to be used for grid and maze representation. And OpenCV is totally optional if you want to apply or not, but it is going to be based on image or the maze input. Now we're going to have core features of this application. We're going to have 3 different sections. The first one is the maze representation. We're going to use a 2D list or NumPy array where 0 represents open paths, 1 represents the walls, and start and ends are marked distinctly. In the second section, we're going to understand and fix the maze solving algorithm, which is going to be depth first search, which is going to be known as DFS, which is a simple backtracking application, or let's say a program which helps you to understand the backtracking of the solving algorithm. Then we are going to have the breadth first search, or known as BFS, which finds the shortest path to reach to the outcome. And then we're going to have a search algorithm which uses the heuristic for the efficiency of the application to solve that problem. In the third section, we're going to have visualization. We're going to draw the maze grid and animate the solving process. And then we're going to highlight the solved paths in different color. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off coding. Now, before coding, the first thing that you need to know is that how this is going to work. But I'm going to show you, or I'm going to tell you how it is going to work at the end. So the first thing that you want to do is make sure that your directive or the directory of the application is activate. So first thing, open up the terminal. Make sure you have the latest version of pip installed. Even if you're using the previous one of the latest one, it's still going to work. First thing, put in .venv / type in scripts, and then type in activate. Hit on enter, and then it's going to find out the maze solver application. The next thing that you want to do is install matplotlib for the generation or the creation of the grids. So pip install matplotlib. Hit on enter, and then you want to wait for a bit until this has been installed on your device. So just wait for a bit until this has been installed. You can see it is also taking really less time, and you can see installing collected packages. It means it's going to install NumPy, it's also going to install matplotlib, it's going to install Pillow, PyParsing, QEsolver, and so on. So basically, if you install matplotlib with using pip, it's going to install all the necessary libraries that you're going to need to install or import the grids or visualize the grids inside of your application. Just make sure that you have a stable internet connection throughout the whole process. So I'm going to wait until the whole process has been done and it has been installed successfully, and then I'm going to start off my coding. Because one thing you have to keep in mind, if your library is not installed properly, it will not find out matplotlib, or it will not find out the exact library that you're going to need to structurize the firmware of the application. So now if I type in import matplotlib, you can see it is still not working, but I'm going to wait until the indexing has been done. And after the indexing is done, you will see on your screen whenever you start on typing or import the library, it's going to suggest that library inside of the structure. So I'm going to have matplotlib.pyplot. I'm going to cut this off, pyplot, and I'm going to import it as plt, which is going to be a short term for the variable. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to display the display maze. Okay, I'm going to type in def display underscore maze, open parentheses, type in maze, comma, path is equal to none. Move on to the next line. I'm going to put in 3 of these double quotation. I'm just going to make sure that I remove a couple of them. I'm going to put in displays the maze using matplotlib dot, and you can put in a comma if you want, but I'm just going to put in that, and I'm going to close off the quotation. That is basically it. I'm just going to make sure that it is exactly how I want. And that is it. Now I want the n rows. N rows, comma, n column. Calls is equal, and calls equal to the len function of Python, and you're going to define it as maze because that is the exact thing that we want to create. And here I'm going to define len and open up create maze, secondary brackets, and define in 0. In the same way, I'm going to define the figure, comma, ax equal to plt dot subplot. Okay, so as we have created subplots, now the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to put in ax dot imshow show, and I'm going to put in the maze, and you have to put in the cmap, which is going to basically derive that specific grids inside of the application. So type in cmap equal, and this should be in a binary formation. So type in binary inside. Now I'm going to create a specific conditional, which is going to work a lot better. If, okay, so if path colon, move on to the next line. Now here I'm going to have the for function, open the parentheses. Here I'm going to put in row. I'm going to put in col in path. So after path, I'm going to put in a colon at the end. Next thing that I want to do is I'm going to put in the AX value, and here I'm going to put in add patch. Patch, open up parentheses. I'm going to type in PLT dot circle, and here I'm going to open up the parentheses 2 times to make sure that everything is inside. So I'm going to put in column and row, and after the parentheses is done, you have to define the exact size. So in this case, I'm going to put in 0.3 comma color is going to be equal to single quotation and define in red as the value. Now, as we're done with this section, I'm going to define the axis for each and every one of those values, such as the X value, or let's say the X axis and the Y axis. And each and every one of these axes are going to work as ticks. So I'm going to put in AX dot set underscore X ticks. Okay, X ticks, open parentheses, define in the range, and in the X axis, obviously we want the column. So I'm going to put in N calls. In the same way, I'm going to put in AX dot set. Make sure you have to put in that. And here I'm going to put in Y ticks. Open parentheses, range, open parentheses over here, and rows. Move on to the next line. I'm going to put in AX dot, let's say I'm going to put in set underscore X ticks. Now after X ticks, open up parentheses, secondary brackets, X minus 0.5 for the X value, because we are working on the X axis. So X in range. After that, what you want to do is open up the parentheses one more time, define in the first value as 1, and in the range, we want N calls. So after N calls, you want to define a minority function, or let's say this is going to work as the Boolean value if you want to turn it on or off. So type in minor equal true, because we want the value to be available on the X axis and it should be on the column value, and this value should be turned on even if you are not working on the application. In the same way, I'm going to put in AX set underscore Y ticks, open parentheses, secondary brackets. Instead of X, we're going to put in Y. Now Y minus 0.5, I'm going to put in for Y in range, open parentheses. In the same way, I'm going to put in 1 and put in, let's say, in rows. And the same way, I'm going to have the minority value. So I'm going to put in minor equal true. So we are done on this section too. Now I'm going to create the axis grid. I'm going to put in AX dot grid. Now open the parentheses, define in the which function. In the which function, you need to make sure that the Boolean values are validated. So type in minor. So after minor, you have to make sure that what color of axes or lines that you want to be put in the X and Y axis. So define in color equal, double quotation, let's say I want a specific black color. And the line style, I'm going to put in line style. Line styles over here. And the line styles that I want to put in is going to be equal. I'm going to make sure that it is just put in dash, because I don't want any other, let's say method, or I don't want any other styles. I just want a straight black line. Okay. Now I'm going to define the line width. So I'm going to put in line, and you can put in an underscore, but if you just type in line width, it's also going to work perfectly. And the line width that I want is going to be 2. In the same way, I'm going to create the tick parameters. So I'm going to put in AX tick underscore params is going to be open parentheses, and you have to define the left and also the right, also the bottom. You can basically do all of those, but the most important ones that I'm going to be doing is going to be the left and the bottom. And we're also going to create the label on the left and the label at the bottom. So start off with the left is going to be equal to, let's say, false, comma. Bottom should be equal to false, comma, and the label left. Label left is equal to false, comma, and the label bottom equal to false. Okay, now you want to make sure that these are available, are working perfectly inside of your application. So type in plt.show. Now, if you want to make sure that this is working properly, you can run the application and you can see we have 0 paths. So we basically have to create more sections, such as the save section, then the solve maze section, and then we're going to create the main section or define the main section, and then we're going to basically debug the application. But before that, we're going to print out each and every one of these sections, such as the maze, solving maze, and the path found. Okay, so the next thing that I want to define over here, I'm just going to make sure that it is in the first section. I'm going to put in define is underscore save, open parentheses, maze, comma, row, comma, and call. After that, you want to make sure to put in a colon. Here, I'm going to create these same 3 parentheses over here. I'm going to make sure that this is closed, or you can put in the same way. I'm going to put in something like this. Inside, I'm going to define in checks if the position is within bounds and not a wall. Bounds and not a wall. Now let's move on to the next line. In the next line, I'm going to define the return value, which is basically going to show me the answer. So return is going to be equal, but before that, I'm going to put in 0 is going to be equal, or let's say greater or less than. Here, I'm going to define in row, close off that. I'm going to define in len, open parentheses, define in maze. I'm just going to put in maze over here. And after the maze, I'm going to have and 0 equal arrow function, define in column. I'm going to put in equal or arrow, and then the len function, open parentheses, define in maze with the specific value of 0 as the open path, and maze row. I'm going to define in row over here. And then again, in the same way, I'm going to create, let's say, the column function over here. You can put in a bit of space if you want to. You can also make sure that it is all together, but both of these values are going to work as the open space. So after 0, it should close off the parentheses. Now, one thing you want to check over here is that where is this parentheses opening up and where is this parentheses closing off? So if it is closing off over here, you want to make sure that this is closing up right after this len maze. Okay, now in the same way, I'm going to define another section called the maze solver. So here I'm going to put in def solve underscore maze. Now the solve maze is going to be equal to maze, comma, start, comma, end. Close off the parentheses over here, and you have to make sure it starts off over here. Start and end. Put in a colon, and then you want to move on to the next line. So in the next line, I'm going to define the 3 parentheses again, which is going to basically find a path. So I'm going to put in finds a path through the maze from start to end. Through the maze from start to end using DFS. Okay, now as we're using DFS, I'm going to put in path is equal to secondary brackets open and close. Visited is going to be equal to set value open and close parentheses. In the same way, I'm going to define my DFS this time. So I'm going to put in DFS row, comma, call, close off the parentheses, and put in a colon. In the same way, I'm going to have the if. I'm going to put in row, call, in. Now it is going to be in the visited section. So I'm going to put in visited. After that, put in a colon. In the same way, we want the return value to be equal to false. Here, you want to define the visited section. So here I'm going to put in visited dot add open parentheses. I'm going to put in row, comma, call, and here I'm going to close off the parentheses 2 times. So do the same thing over here, open and close off the parentheses for the visited add. Here I'm going to put in path dot append. Okay, now for append, I'm going to apply the same thing. I'm going to put in row, comma, call. Exactly it. Now you want to define a conditional. So if open parentheses, I'm going to put in row, comma, call is going to be double equal to the end value, colon, return true. In another section, I'm going to explore the neighbors down, right, up, and left. So here I'm going to create a section, explore neighbors, open parentheses. I'm going to define in down, comma, right, comma, up, comma, and then left. Close off the parentheses and move on to the next line. Here I'm going to have the dr and dc. For dr, comma, dc in, then open up the secondary brackets and define in the parentheses values, or each and every one of these range values. Open parentheses, I'm going to put in 1, comma, 0. After that, comma, open parentheses, I'm going to define in -1, comma, 0. Comma, I'm going to have, let's say, 0, comma, 1 in the same way. Instead over here, I'm going to open up the parentheses, close off the parentheses. I'm going to put in 0, comma, 1, comma, space, -1, comma, 0. In the same way, I'm going to have, let's say, open and close parentheses with, let's say, 0, comma, -1. That is exactly how you want to put it, and put in a colon at the end. Now we're going to create new rows and new column. So I'm going to put in new underscore row, column, new underscore call. Okay, it's going to be equal to row, then plus, then dr, comma, call is going to be for the dc. Move on to the next line. And here I'm going to define a conditional is safe. So I'm going to put in is safe and then open parentheses, define in the maze exactly where you want it to run, and define new row, comma, new column. In the same way, I'm going to define this again with a colon, and then I'm going to put in if the DFS is perfect. So if DFS, open and close parentheses, I'm going to define in new row, comma, new call. Okay, exactly how you want to put it. And then you want a return value. So the return value that you want to make sure that it is in true. Now you want to add a backtrack in the no path found. So here I'm going to create a section and I'm going to make sure that it is on the same indentation level as this section. Here I'm going to type in backtrack if no path found. Move on to the next line. Here I'm going to put in path.pop, open and close off the parentheses, and we want a return value. Return false. Next line, I'm going to make sure that it is in the indentation level of the definition of DFS. Here I'm going to put in if DFS, open parentheses, start, secondary bracket, and then put in 0. Here, I want to make sure that it starts and it's also going to have specific walls. So the walls are going to be defined with 1. Move on to the next line, and we want a return path. So return is going to be path. Move on to the next line. Here I'm going to have the else function, return. Here, I'm going to make sure that none of these returns back. Now, the next thing that we want to create is the left section. Okay, so the left section is basically going to be the main function to demonstrate the maze solving. So here, I'm going to type in make sure to go off in the next section, def main loop. Open and close off the parentheses with the colon at the end. 3 of these quotation. Here I'm going to put in main function to demonstrate maze solving. On to the next line, I'm going to create a section. I'm going to put in define a sample maze, open parentheses. Here, I'm going to put in 0 is going to be equal to the open value, and 1 should be a wall. 1 is going to be equal to wall. Close off the parentheses as it's going to be just working as a section. Okay? Now, what you want to do over here is you want to define the maze. So maze is going to be equal secondary brackets and then secondary bracket over here. Let's say I'm going to put in 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. I'm going to make sure that there's a lot of these section. Control C. We have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm not going to make sure that all of these are basically the same. So I'm going to make sure that there are also a couple of other walls. Let's say I'm going to put a wall over here. Instead of putting a wall in the same section, what I want to create is going to be a wall on this section. 1. I'm going to close this off. I'm going to make sure that there are 3 walls over here. 1. And on the last one, I want a wall over here, or maybe somewhere over here. But if you want to make sure that it works properly, so I'm going to make sure that all of these are 0 at the end. Another thing that I'm going to make sure to create over here is that I'm going to apply another wall over here so that I can start off from this section. Okay, or if it is working like this, let's say I'm going to check it out. Let's just check this. It's going to go from here to here to here to here and then here. Okay, if you make sure that it is also 0, you can also keep it 0 if you want to. So basically we have defined the maze. Now I'm going to make sure that I start off the maze. So start is going to be equal, open parentheses, 0, 0. Close off the parentheses. And I'm going to have the end section. End is going to be equal to open parentheses. I'm going to put in 4, 4. In the same way, I'm going to print out each and every one of these values right now. Open up the parentheses, double quotation, I'm going to define in maze. Okay. In the same way, I'm going to display the maze. In the display maze, I want to make sure that the maze is working properly. Here, I'm going to print out the values. So here, print, open parentheses, double quotation, I'm going to put in solving maze, triple dots. Here, I'm going to define the path over here. So the path is going to be equal to the solve underscore maze. In this section, I'm going to put in maze, start, end. Here, I'm going to define another conditional for the path. So the path is going to basically have the print value. So in the print, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in open parentheses. Here, let's say I'm going to double quotation. I'm going to put in path. Let's say I'm going to put in found. Okay. Here, I'm going to define it using the path. In the same way, to display the maze, I'm going to make sure to display maze. Inside of this parentheses, I'm just going to put in maze, path, because it needs to find the path inside of the maze. Now, as we're done with this section, I'm going to make sure to put in the else function. In the else function, I want to make sure that if there is no path, it should show me there is basically no path. So open up parentheses, double quotation, just type in no path found. Okay, I'm going to put in a colon over here. Let's move on to the next line. And the last thing that we want to do inside of this application is define the application. So here, I'm going to put in name is going to be double equal, double quotation. Here, I'm going to put in underscore main, double underscore over here, colon, move on to the next line and define in main. Okay. Now, the next thing that you want to do is either you want to run the application or you want to debug the application first. If you run it, you can see sometime there is going to be set like none. So here I'm going to check out on line 5. You can see none over here. So as you can see, we have none over here in line 5. You want to make sure that it should be defined in some way. Okay, so I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to cut this line off. I'm going to go off to line 4. And here I'm going to put in a colon. And you want to run the application first. And you can see we have another colon at line 83. So I'm going to move on to line 83 over here, which is basically this one. And I'm going to make sure that this is working properly. If it is not working properly, you want to make sure it is debugged, but it should like work properly. Okay, so first thing first, I'm going to debug the application. Make sure you allow this over here as the Windows security if you do not have Python turned on as administrator. Okay, so as now we have selected or make sure that it is working as administrator, you want to cut this off. I'm going to cut this off and then, or you want to cut it off and then paste it back again. So if I paste it back again, if I run this application, you can see now it will show me the maze. There we go. And you can see it is basically how it is working. Now you can zoom in the rectangles, you can configure the subplots, and you can see this is basically how it is working. There we go. We have the 2 walls, 3 walls over here, and then 1 over here. If you check out the section, you can see 1 over here, 1, and then we have 1 over here, and then at the top. So how it should start is something like this over here, or maybe something like this, and then over here, right? So if we select like this, this is how it's going to work. Now you will be able to move the grids over here too. And if I select it, this is how it will look like. You can zoom in. There we go. And you can configure these subplots. There we go. If you want to reset it, you can also reset it. If you want to go back or undo the process, you can also do that at the same time. In this case, I'm going to make sure that this is like this. There we go. There we go. You can see how easy it is. And this is how you want to make sure it is working properly. Now, the first thing that we want to do is here I'm going to put in, let's say, 0. Enter. If I open this up, you can see nothing happens. If I put in 1 over here, hit on enter. If I check this out, you can see still nothing happens. But you can save the figure anytime you want. And if I close this off, you can see it is showing me solving the math or solving the path, and the path has been found. It has started from here and then right over here. Okay, so this is exactly how you'll be able to make sure that this maze solving application is working properly. You can also make sure that these ones also work properly. You can also type in more. Let's say I'm going to put in 12 or 2. If I open and close this off, it will change up the data anytime we want to. Okay, exactly how you want to make sure that this is working. You can type in the value. I can open up that, and you can also close off the application anytime you want to. You can rerun the application. It will start off from the beginning. Here in the maze, I can type in 1 or 2 or 3. If I type in 3, close off the parentheses, you can see this is how it shows up. You can reset the original view, and you can also save the figure anytime you want to. In this case, if I put in 1 over here, and if I rerun the application, you will see over here that this one is also blocked off right now. Another thing that I can do over here is that if I just put in more zeros, let's put in more zeros instead of these ones. And if I basically just run this application, it will work according to however I want. So now you can see how easy it is to create a maze solving application in Python. And it's also quite interactive, and it also shows you off how it works. If I put in 1 over here, hit on enter, and if I wait for a bit, it will show me off the answer in just a bit of time. Basically, you just need a stable internet connection and you just basically have to wait for a bit so that it shows you off that it has been solved. If I hit on enter, open this up, you can see it is not showing me anything. That means it will take a bit more time to understand the maze, and then it will show me off as the answer to solve off this application or solve off this maze. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our last class or our last class projects of this course. Welcome to class project 1. The name of the class project is to-do list application. I have attached in description, specific steps, and also an outcome of this project. Let's get into the description first. In the description, we can see it's going to have lists for task storage, loops for continuous integration or integration, and then functions for modular design. Now let's get into the steps for this application. It displays or display a menu of options such as view, add, remove task, and etc. And just like you can see from my first step, that for making this class project or any of the projects that I'm going to show next, you don't need to import or install any external libraries into Python. In step 2, you want to set up a project folder and create a Py file, an example to do app.py. In step 3, you want to write the Python function for each of the tasks. In step 4, you want to run the application using the terminal with Python to do app.py. Another thing that you can do is if you're using PyCharm just like me, you'll be able to just run it by clicking on the play button or the run button at the top right corner. In step 5, you want to share the Py file with us so that we can see how you are progressing with work. Now, what is the outcome? It is a simple yet functional to-do list application built with Python that allows users to manage their tasks efficiently through a command line interface. So let's get into our first step. Open up any IDE or PyCharm on our device and get started by coding. As we have opened up PyCharm, I'm going to click on New Project. From New Project, I'm going to make sure to name my application over here. I'm going to apply to list. I'm going to hit on Create, and I'm going to wait for a while until the virtual environment has been created. And I'm also going to wait for my skeletons to upload. And after it will be done indexing, then I'm going to go into the terminal and I'm going to make sure that my directory is activated. Now, another thing that I want to do over here is I'm going to make sure to create a Python file inside. I'm going to make sure to apply app.py. Then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to activate my directory. So I'm going to do it just like my previous classes. I'm just going to type in .venv / type in scripts / and type in activate. As I have activated my directory, here I'm going to define my tasks. So task is going to be equal to secondary open brackets, close and open. That's it. Now you want to define the show menu. So I'm going to type in show menu, open and close the parentheses, and you have to define it with a colon. Now what I want to do is I'm going to print out specific values such as my to-do list. So print open parentheses, here I'm going to define my double quotation, and after double quotation /n, and then after that I'm going to put in 3 of these dashes. I'm going to type in to do list app. Okay, that is going to be the exact name. Put in a bit of space and then put in 3 dashes at the end. In the same way, I'm going to make sure to print out other values. Inside, I'm going to put in the first function. The first function is going to view the task, view tasks. After that, I'm going to print out the second one, double quotation, to full stop. The second function is going to be add tasks. Print, open parentheses, double quotation, 3 dot. Now the next function is going to be remove tasks. Print, double quotation, open parenthesis, double quotation, 4 dot, and then exit. Here, I'm going to define view tasks. So I'm going to type in view underscore. I'm going to type in tasks. Open and close off the parentheses. Put in a colon at the end. Move on to the next line and define in your functional. If not tasks, then colon. I want to print out no tasks added yet. So I'm going to put in print, open parentheses, double quotation, n backward slash, and then you want to put in no tasks added yet. This is how you want to put in that function. Another thing that you can do over here is you're going to put in the forward slash or backslash at the end, so it just works faster. That is going to be the exact name that should be represented. Here I'm going to have the else function. Here I'm going to print out open parentheses, backward slash n. Make sure all of these are in a double quotation. There we go. Here I'm going to type in, let's say, your tasks. Okay. Now at the end, I'm going to make sure to put in a colon, so it should define my tasks. So I'm going to put in for I, comma, task in enumerates. You can see enumerate over here. I'm going to put in enumerate. It's going to be task 1. Okay. You're going to put in tasks over here. It's going to be easier for Python to understand according to your variable. So I'm also going to define it with the print value. So print, open parentheses, put in the f or the function first, double quotation, third bracket, and define the I over here. And after that, you want to put in a full stop. Open up the third bracket again and define in your task. Okay, that is exactly what you want to put in. Here, for the next one, I'm going to have another definition for adding in the tasks. So I'm going to put in def add task. Open and close off the parentheses with the colon at the end and move on to the next line. I'm going to apply, let's say, task, but I'm going to put in not tasks, but task. I'm going to put in an input value. So I'm going to put in input, then I'm going to put in double quotation and type in enter your new task, colon, and put in a bit of space if you want to. In the same way, I'm going to have tasks.append. Here, I'm going to apply the variable as task, and I'm going to print out my value, and I'm going to put in a parentheses. Here, define the f, double quotation is going to be task, single quotation. Here, I'm going to put in, let's say, third bracket, task over here, close off this, like the single parentheses over here, like that. And then you want to define in added. Okay, exactly how you want it to be put. In the same way, I'm going to apply another definition. I'm going to remove a task. Remove task. Okay, make sure to open and close parentheses with the colon at the end. Now to remove task, I want to view the task first. So I'm going to put in, let's say, view tasks. Okay, open and close off the parentheses. Now I'm going to apply the try function. It's going to try out a couple of other conditionals. So I'm going to put in task underscore index. Now after the index value, you want to put in integer value to work first. The integer value, I'm going to close it off. int, open parentheses. And after that, I'm going to put in the input value. After that, open up the parentheses again, then double quotation, backward slash, n. I'm going to put in enter the task number to remove. enter task number to remove. Okay. After that, put in a colon, and basically you are done with this section. Now, after that, you want to put in a minus and 1. Now let's move on to the next line. Here I'm going to define my conditionals. I'm going to start off with the 0 value. I'm going to make sure to put in an arrow function. Here I'm going to put in the task index, and then I'm going to have another arrow function to apply the len open task. Okay, you're going to make sure to put in tasks if you want to. Here, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to apply the removed task. I'm going to put in removed underscore task. And after that, it's going to be equal to task dot pop function, open parentheses, task underscore index. In the same way, I'm going to print out the value. Inside the value, F double quotation, I'm going to put in task, then space, single quotation. Here I'm going to define in my third brackets, I'm going to put in removed task inside. And I'm going to make sure to define my removed text at the end. There we go. We have defined the if function. In the same way, I'm going to have my else function. In the else function, I'm going to print the invalid number. Inside double quotation, I'm going to put in invalid task number to appear if it doesn't meet up to my criteria. Okay. Now, in the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to have my exception, which is going to be for value error. I'm going to make sure it is in the same indentation level as the try. So I'm going to put in except. I'm going to have value, make sure it is capital, value error, open colon. I'm going to define in the print, open parentheses, double quotation, please enter a valid number. Okay, full stop, and you are good to go. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to create the main program loop. Okay, I'm going to create a section over here, main program loop. Here I'm going to define my while loop, while true, colon, move on to the next line. I'm going to have the show menu. Inside, I'm going to have my choices. So choice is going to be equal to the input value. In the input value, I'm going to choose an option from 1 to 10 or 1 to 4. Choose an option from 1 to 4. Exactly how you want to put it. One thing I'm going to make sure to do over here is I'm going to define it inside of my parentheses. So it's just basically easier for Python to understand. In the same way, for choice, I'm going to have my conditional. It's going to be for the choice equal to single quotation and the first function. I'm going to have, let's say, view tasks. Okay, so view task is done. I'm going to apply my elif function. Elif is going to be choice equal single quotation 2, colon, move on to the next line. Here I'm going to have an add task. In the same way, I'm going to apply another elif function. Elif choice is equal to single quotation 3. After that, put in a colon, move on to the next line, and make sure to put in 2 equals on each and every one of them. That is what I'm going to make sure. There we go. Move on to the next line and the add task, and the next one is remove task. And the last one that I want to do is type in elif choice double equal single quotation, put in 4 with a colon at the end, and the last function is going to be print goodbye. Print goodbye. I'm going to make sure to put all of these inside of the quotation. And the last thing that I want to do is I'm going to apply a break. Now I'm going to apply my else if none of the conditions meet. Print open parentheses. I'm going to type in invalid choice. I'm going to put in comma, please try again. As you're done, now you want to run the application and you can see that the application has been created. Now, if you put in 1 as view task, you can see these are the tasks. You can add in task, put in that, choose an option. You can apply your new task, let's say GHG, hit on enter, and there we go. If I click on view task 1, and you'll be able to remove the task from these states too. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to class project 2. Welcome to class project 2. The name of the class project is number guessing game. Let's get into the description. The number guessing game is a Python game where the computer picks a random number between 1 to 100. In this case, I'm going to be using 1 to 10, and the user guesses it. The game gives feedback on whether the guess is too high, too low, or correct. In step 1, I'm going to import the random module. In step 2, I'm going to define the game function. In step 3, I'm going to generate a random number. In step 4, I'm going to get user input and compare the guess. In step 5, I'm going to end the game when the user guesses it correctly. So what is the outcome? The user keeps guessing until they find the correct number, with the app tracking and displaying the number of attempts made. So now let's open up PyCharm on our device and let's get into coding. First things first, I'm going to create a new project, and the name of the project that I'm going to give it is going to be number guessing game. I'm going to click on create, and I'm going to wait for a bit until my virtual environment has been created. Now from here, I'm going to create an app file, which is going to be a py file. Okay. Another thing that I want to do is that I have to make sure to import my module the perfect ones. First things first, you have to type in .venv / type in scripts. I'm going to copy this again because I'm not done. I accidentally pressed enter. .venv / scripts / and type in activate. Now the next thing that you want to do is type in pip install random. Hit on enter, and you basically just have to wait for a bit until the random module has been installed on your device. You can see a new release have been found, could not find a version that satisfied the requirement random from versions none, and no matching distribution found in random. Now what you want to do over here is, first off, we're going to get inside of the coding. I'm going to import random. If it shows up on your screen, that means it is working perfectly. Now here, I'm going to define my number guessing game. Number guessing game. Open and close off the parentheses with a colon at the end and move on to the next line. Here, first off, I want to welcome my users or welcome my guests. Double quotation, welcome to the number guessing game. Move on to the next line, and here I'm going to create a section. Now let's not create sections, but I'm going to apply a number to guess. Number to guess is going to be equal random dot rand integer. Now we have to select the array. So it's going to start off from 1, and the last value is going to be, in this case, 10. Because if we put in 1 to 100, it's going to be very hard for the user to guess. Now the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to have attempts. PTS is equal to, let's say the attempt should be 0 in this case. But I'm going to exchange, or I'm going to change it if I want to change it. Now, while this is true, I'm going to make sure that the users guess. Here I'm going to type in user underscore guess is going to be equal to the input value. Input value. Here, double quotation, I'm going to put in guess a number between 1 and 10. Okay? I'm going to put in a colon at the end so it just looks a bit better. In the same way, I'm going to create my conditionals, which is going to validate the input. So here I'm going to put in if not user input dot user input or user guess. User guess dot, then you're going to put in, let's say, is digit. Is digit, keep it open, move on to the next line, and here I want to print out my values. In the print values, I'm going to put in please enter a valid number. After the print value, I want the function or I want the game to run. Okay? Here, I'm going to define my user attempts or the user guesses. User guess is going to be equal to the integer value. Open up the parentheses. I'm going to type in user underscore guess. In the same way, I'm going to apply attempts. Now the attempts that I want to apply is going to be plus or equal to 1. So even if you want to apply more attempts, it's totally fine. Now, I'm going to create another section of, let's say, conditionals, which is going to check the guess. In this case, let's say you guessed something, but it's somewhat like close to the number or somewhat like really far from the number. So it's going to give you the exact data if you're close or if you are very far from the number or if it's like too close to it. Okay. So here I'm going to type in if user guess is, let's say, greater or equal to number to question or number to guess. Number to guess, colon, I'm going to print out specific values. Double quotation, I'm going to type in too low, try again. That's it. I'm going to have the elif function, elif user guess, it's going to be greater number to guess. Colon, I want it to print out double quotation too high. Try again. In the same way, I'm going to have the else function to work at the end. I want to print out the values, f double quotation. I'm going to put in congratulations, because if it meets up to the guessed number or the number to guess, congratulations, you've guessed the number, third brackets, number to guess. After the third brackets, in third bracket attempts, then here I'm going to put in the last value, which is going to be, let's say, just attempts. Okay. After that, put in a full stop. And the last thing that you want to do is go off to the next line and make sure to put in a break. That is basically it. Now, if you want to start off the game, you have to go off to another line and type in number guessing game. That's basically it. Open and close off the parentheses, and you want to play it. Now, if you see, if I guess a number for enter, you can see too high, try again. I'm going to type in 1, too low, try again. I'm going to put in 3, put 2, and there we go. Congratulations, you've guessed the number. So this is basically how you can create this game. It's also quite interactive and fun sometimes. So you can keep on doing it or keep on creating more, and you can like replay over and over again. Let's try 2 again. Congratulations, you've guessed the number. So you can just basically put in a specific random number inside, and you can just keep continuing the game over and over again. So thank you again for watching this video. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So the last thing that you want to do is make sure to take a screenshot and upload this into our project panel so that we can check how you are progressing with work.